Hey, good morning. This is the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County work session on Tuesday, August 18th. And first on our agenda is discussion on Pitkin County's letter concerning the BLM's preliminary draft DIS. And we have Chris Selden, Assistant County Attorney, here to lead us in this discussion.
Thank you, Steve, and good morning, everyone. The item that we have on the agenda here this morning relates to a preliminary draft environmental impact statement that the Bureau of Land Management is preparing in connection with a variety of oil and gas leases, 65 in total, that are located on the White River National Forest. And the leases within Pitkin County that are of interest to us are in an area known as the Thompson Divide, which has attracted a significant amount of community attention over the last decade, really. The letter that we have in front of you is a proposal for the board's consideration, and we would send it to the BLM as a cooperating agency. We have been working with BLM, as well as with many other jurisdictions, as a quote-unquote cooperating agency for the last almost 2 years now. And as a cooperator, we are privy to some information that is not yet in the public domain. We have provided BLM input on its process in an effort to direct the analysis in appropriate directions and to assure that the community's views are well represented in BLM's work product. So the cooperating agency process and this EIS process has now reached an important milestone. We are nearing readiness for the release of a draft environmental impact statement. The way NEPA works, and when I say NEPA, I mean the National Environmental Policy Act. And the way NEPA works is you begin a process by issuing a scoping notice. BLM did that here in April of 2014, and BLM held a number of scoping meetings in Aspen, Carbondale, Glenwood, and DeBeck. There was heavy public turnout for those scoping meetings, and during the scoping meetings, BLM received over 30,000 public comments relating to this proposal. My understanding is that 99% of those comments called for the cancellation of leases in the Thompson Divide.
How many comments did they get?
Over 30,000. So the public participation in this process has been extremely heavy from the get-go. As I said, the process initiated with scoping, then BLM drew together the cooperating agencies, including Pitkin County and many other local and state and federal jurisdictions, and we have been working together along with BLM to generate this draft environmental impact statement that will be released to the public. It now appears in November. However, prior to the public release, BLM has requested comment from us on the preliminary draft, and so we wanted to get your direction on how to respond to this preliminary draft. I've prepared this letter, which will formally transmit our specific comments on a section-by-section basis to BLM. We would ask that you direct us to provide those specific detailed comments to BLM in a form approved by the county attorney's office. This is a process which is pre-decisional, and as a result, we and BLM and the other cooperators have pledged to keep pre-decisional materials confidential. However, the agency recognizes that as part of this public process, in order to obtain the board's approval, we will be going through this public meeting today and obtaining your blessing for the approach that we've outlined. The letter that is in front of you, in addition to transmitting Pitkin County's specific section-by-section comments, raises a thematic issue that has come up in the course of this NEPA process. Namely, when BLM prepares a draft environmental impact statement and then after that a final environmental impact statement, BLM has to evaluate a suite of alternatives. And in this instance, we're evaluating 5 alternatives. I won't go into detail what they all are, but suffice it to say that it's an unusual, slightly unusual NEPA process because typically NEPA is conducted before any action is taken. The whole purpose of NEPA is to force the agency to look before it leaps and to involve the public before it makes any irreversible and irretrievable commitments of federal resources to any particular course of action. This process is different and unusual in that BLM is conducting its NEPA analysis after the fact. And the reason it's doing that is because when it issued the oil and gas leases in question back in 2003 and in other time periods for leases that are not of concern to Pickett County, the agency did not go through NEPA. So effectively, when BLM issued the leases in the Thompson Divide that are of concern to us in this process, there was no NEPA compliance. So the posture of the environmental impact statement is unusual to begin with for that reason. In the course of this cooperating agency process, both comments from us and other cooperators, as well as the public comments that I have referenced, have provided pretty strong indication that the Thompson Divide area is an area that deserves to be treated differently from other areas on the forest. There are 65 leases in total that are being analyzed here. In the Thompson Divide, there are 25. The leases in the Thompson Divide are all undeveloped. Many of the other leases further to the west in Garfield and Mesa counties have been developed or are held by production because they are committed to units that are currently producing. That is a significant distinction, and it's a significant distinction for a variety of reasons. There are legal reasons. BLM, for example, cannot unilaterally cancel producing leases. And then secondly, as a practical matter, there is a lot of infrastructure that already exists on the ground in the area of leases further to the west that does not exist in the Thompson Divide. And the Forest Service, in fact, took account of the distinction between these areas further to the west and the Thompson Divide area when it, in December of 2014, released a final environmental impact statement that closed the Thompson Divide to future leasing. And subsequent to that decision by the Forest Service, there was internal administrative appeal within the Forest Service that resulted in its decision being upheld. So we now anticipate very soon that we will see a decision from the Forest Service that is final and that closes the Thompson Divide to future leasing. Now, when BLM launched its own NEPA process, it announced an intention to rely heavily on the analysis that the Forest Service had engaged in. And BLM has drawn from the Forest Service's analysis. And in fact, the BLM has fashioned an alternative that will essentially pattern itself after what the Forest Service has done in its own record of decision. And just, I should note, all of the leased areas that are at issue in BLM's analysis are on the White River National Forest. So these are all leases where the Forest Service is the surface management agency of jurisdiction. With that background, why don't I walk a bit through the letter that I've prepared for you here. The first paragraph of the letter simply notes that we are transmitting Pickett County's comments to the BLM and expresses our gratitude for working together with them as a cooperating agency. We then move down and note that BLM initiated this NEPA process after acknowledging that it did, in fact, issue the leases in question in violation of NEPA. And so after acknowledging that it made that error, it decided it would try to fix the error by conducting this process. One of the things that we note in the letter is that some within BLM have in the past characterized the NEPA violation that gave rise to this process as a quote-unquote technical violation. And our letter strongly disagrees with that proposition for a very basic reason. And that is that when it comes to oil and gas leasing, NEPA is the mechanism that involves the public in the federal government's decision-making process. Apart from NEPA, the only public notice that is typically associated with the oil and gas leasing process is a notice to bidders that an oil and gas lease sale will take place, and that is posted on the wall of the BLM's office in Lakewood, Colorado. So how many members of the public in the Roaring Fork Valley routinely go to the BLM's office in Lakewood to keep tabs on oil and gas leasing activity in the Roaring Fork Valley? I think the answer is probably zero. So as a practical matter, there is no public notice when there is no NEPA. And we make the point that, in our view, failing to involve the public in the process is not a mere technical deficiency, it is, in fact, a fundamental deficiency. And that, I think, sets up the remainder of the letter, which notes that while we are grateful that BLM has acknowledged the error that it committed back in 2003 when it issued the leases without involving the public and without going through NEPA, we have concerns that BLM may be applying a presumption in this process that is at odds with the appropriate flow of analysis under NEPA. Namely, that the agency should not pre-commit itself or bias itself in favor of any course of action that it has already taken prior to NEPA being concluded. Here, of course, the agency has issued oil and gas leases. It did that in 2003 in violation of the law, and so one of the alternatives that BLM is analyzing in the process is merely ratifying those leases that were issued back in 2003 in essentially the form they were issued in at that time. There are a couple alternatives that BLM is analyzing. One is to simply issue them in the way that they were issued in 2003. Another is a minor variant on that, which cleans up some legal descriptions, some meets and bounds calls that were off, and inserts a couple stipulations in a few areas that were erroneously omitted. But in essence, it is a ratification of the leases as they were issued back in 2003 without any public involvement in violation of NEPA. And our view, of course, is that had BLM involved the public, these leases never would have been issued in the first place, because the Thompson Divide has generated a community outcry perhaps unlike any other in recent memory in the Roaring Fork Valley, and has united both the citizens of the valley and the local governments in the valley to an unprecedented extent. So the notion that BLM might be biased in favor of the outcome that it has already committed to in 2003, we find to be improper under NEPA. And we cite a variety of case law here, which requires BLM to conduct its analysis in good faith and without any pre-decisional bias. In particular, although without going into great detail here on the case law, the concern is that because BLM is already contractually committed to these leases, it may be exhibiting a bias in favor of those leases, because our understanding from BLM is that they are identifying as their quote-unquote proposed action in this current draft of the draft EIS, an alternative which would more or less ratify the leases as they were issued in 2003. And what we point out is that not only is that at odds with NEPA's requirement that you not show pre-decisional bias, in favor of some contractual commitment that you might have entered into previously in violation of the law. It also just ignores the heavy weight of public opinion and the direction from the Surface Management Agency here that this is not an appropriate place for oil and gas drilling, which, as I mentioned, the Forest Service recently reached at the end of 2014. So we then provide, a relatively detailed discussion of why BLM ought not to express any bias in favor of this alternative that would simply ratify the leases, and instead we urge BLM to follow the course of action supported by the public and supported by the Forest Service, which is to cancel the leases in the Thompson Divide. And we note that, in fact, this is the path that BLM has taken with regard to illegally issued leases in the Thompson Divide in the past. One might argue that this BLM NEPA process was triggered by a decision that Pickens County obtained from the Interior Board of Land Appeals back in 2007, when we argued to the Interior Department's internal court that BLM had issued leases in the Thompson Divide illegally in violation of NEPA. And the Interior Department's in-house court agreed with us, and that is what allowed us to then argue to BLM, look, you've made the same mistake in all of these Thompson Divide leases that you issued back in 2003, and you ought to do the same thing that you did to the leases that were at issue in this case that we brought in front of the IBLA. And what BLM did to those leases that were brought in front of the IBLA is very simple. It canceled them. It canceled the leases. It didn't go through NEPA to cancel the leases. It didn't express any bias in favor of retaining the leases. It simply recognized, hey, we made a mistake, we broke the law, and under our own regulations, we have the authority to cancel these leases. And so we urged BLM in this letter to, rather than providing any bias in favor of leases that were issued illegally without public involvement, it ought instead to simply follow the precedent that it has previously set in this area, cancel the leases, and then, with a clean slate, take public input, involve the Forest Service as the Surface Management Agency in determining whether this is an area that should be leased again in the future. One other point that we emphasize in the letter is that in addition to having canceled the leases at issue in that IBLA case, which I mentioned, the BLM has also partially canceled out the majority of many other leases in the Thompson Divide that were issued over Sunlight Ski Area. Federal law prohibits issuing oil and gas leases within the operational boundaries of a federally permitted ski area. BLM did that here, and so upon recognizing that legal error, it once again, without any NEPA compliance, canceled out the leases to fix the problem. So that is the course of action that we urge BLM to take with regard to the leases in Pickens County. There is a specific alternative that provides for that course of action that is largely limited to the leases in Pickens County. There are a small number of leases in other counties, some acreage in Garfield County that would be affected by that course of action, and a much smaller proportion in Mesa County. But I will note that, and without, obviously, Pickens County doesn't speak for Garfield County, but Garfield County has in its own scoping comments noted that the Thompson Divide area should be treated differently from areas further to the west. So that is really the thrust of the letter. We do note that the alternative we urge BLM to select as its preferred alternative in the draft EIS is one that would seem to be supported by the analysis in the EIS, because the BLM has acknowledged that oil and gas production potential in the Thompson Divide area is very limited, and therefore the impacts from canceling leases in the divide on natural gas supplies would be really vanishingly small when compared to the overall gas resource in the Piceance Basin, and even what the BLM acknowledges in this context of the 65 leases is a relatively small proportion just of the 65 leases that are at issue. And so we cite some figures in here, for example, that if the Thompson Divide leases in Pickens County are canceled, the number of wells lost in the planning area would be less than 1/3,000th of the well potential within the 3 BLM field offices involved in this analysis area. We also note that cancellation of the leases would lower production potential almost exclusively in Pickens County, meaning that there would be little to no revenue impacts on other jurisdictions from lost tax revenue, for example, from the production of natural gas. So with that, why don't I stop? I think that summarizes the description of the letter. We do ask the BLM to, rather than identifying a proposed action that would ratify existing leases, we instead urge them to select a preferred alternative that would cancel the leases in the Thompson Divide in Pickens County. One last thing I'll say about preferred alternative versus proposed action. These are terms of art that are used in the National Environmental Policy Act in different ways. And when an agency identifies a proposed action, it is not expressing a preference for that course of action necessarily in its NEPA document. A preferred alternative, by contrast, does express a preference. And it's our view that we now have enough analysis under the bridge here to enable the agency to select a preferred alternative, and that is the one that I've described before. And we do detail in the letter the extensive and repeated heavy public involvement and analysis that has come before. There's been, in the last 5 years, there's been intense public involvement in unitization and suspension controversies. There's been the Forest Service's draft and final EISs, which involved heavy public involvement and heavy analysis. We've had cooperating agency involvement in this process, which has been quite extensive with many expert reports submitted. And then finally, we now have a preliminary draft EIS, which contains quite a bit of analysis as well, that in our view now enables the agency to say, yeah, we think we can have an opinion at this point. It is appropriate for us to now have an opinion where we take account of the public's involvement and of the Forest Service direction with regard to this area. So with that, I'll stop and happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for your very extensive work on this and weeding through the complicated documents. I think it's a really good letter. The only thing that I would perhaps suggest is that it's only in the closing, third or fourth paragraph in the close where we say we support alternative 4. And I don't know if we shouldn't close with that again at the very end, because it's a little bit buried in a much larger paragraph that says why.
Sure.
So appreciate that. And, this just, for me, brings up the questions of how could they possibly treat producing wells that are accepted and supported by communities as being exactly the same as leases that have no producing wells and that are also in a roadless area. And it seems as if they didn't take account of any roadless to make any new stipulations on these leases. Not that I'm asking for that, I want the cancellation as well, but again, they're not apples to apples, and it just seems like the course of least resistance to say, well, let's do it all the same.
Right, and I think BLM's response might be, well, by saying that our proposed action is to simply ratify the existing leases, we're not expressing a preference under the law. And the field remains open for us to select any of these alternatives. One of the things that we note in the letter is that that's a pretty nuanced distinction that they're attempting to draw, and it's a distinction that may very well be lost on members of the public who, I think the concern is that having recently received a Forest Service decision that suggests this area is not appropriate for oil and gas leasing, the public may feel confused as to why BLM is proposing a different course of action, and moreover may feel ignored because the public has participated so heavily in BLM's scoping process and was unequivocal in the message that it sent.
Just to continue, what would be the timeline when they would pick something out of the proposed actions? I mean, what reliance does anyone have to go on if it's a proposed action? They could later change that and make a preferred alternative.
Right. So they are not required to designate a preferred alternative at the draft stage. It is very often done. Probably more often than not, you have a preferred alternative at the draft stage. However, you're not required to as a federal agency. You are required to have a preferred alternative at the final EIS stage, and that is scheduled for release next summer.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
Yeah, point of clarification, just for the lay people out there. You have the Forest Service that has made a decision on a preferred alternative, that is to suggest canceling the leases. You have the BLM who's picking a proposed action that says to move forward with the existing leases. Correct? Is that?
Largely, yes. The Forest Service has expressed a view that this area where the existing leases are located is inappropriate for future oil and gas leasing. The Forest Service does not have the authority to cancel these leases. Only BLM has that authority, even though they are on Forest Service land.
Right. Then the BLM is then suggesting with their proposed action to not cancel these leases. At least this is at this time in this draft document.
That's what the proposed action that they've identified.
And then in the
says.
middle of these two directions, you have the public kind of circling with all the input that the public has put in over a great many years, which the Forest Service obviously listened to, and now you have this other agency that would appear to not be listening to the public comments, asking for these leases not to be reissued.
I think that's a concern.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, tagging along on that, here's the BLM is catering to the oil and gas industry and really, by and large, ignoring the letter intent of the NEPA rules in listening, taking into account public opinion, and in this case, the opinion of a fellow agency from the federal government and the opinions of local government jurisdictions who, in the Roaring Fork Valley, have all expressed the opposite view from what the BLM is leaning toward. I'm a little bit confused by the way that if they issued all 65 of the leases illegally, and we're asking them to cancel the leases in Pitkin County, could that get them into some kind of a legal conundrum if they canceled the leases in Pitkin County but didn't cancel the other ones? That would show some kind of inconsistency in their decision. Or are they able to say, okay, we're going to cancel the ones in Pitkin County, we're going to ratify the ones in these other counties that are in the heart of the gas field, they have operating wells on them? Where does that put us if we were going to appeal it, say, if they made that decision?
Right. So the agency is very much able to draw the distinction between the undeveloped leases in the Thompson Divide and the leases farther to the west. There are a variety of grounds that would be legally supportable for drawing that distinction. One is the lack of infrastructure that exists in the divide as compared to the infrastructure that exists with regard to the leases to the west. And in fact, that is a criterion that the Forest Service relied upon in reaching its decision. Secondly is the weight of public opinion that has been expressed with regard to these different areas. there's an overwhelming weight of public opinion in favor of canceling leases in the divide, whereas the communities farther to the west, as represented during the scoping meeting in Quebec, favored retaining the leases in those areas. And similarly, local jurisdictions have drawn different conclusions about the appropriate course of action that should be taken for leases within their boundaries. Pitkin County has stated that the leases in the Thompson Divide in Pitkin County should be canceled. Mesa County doesn't want to see leases canceled. Garfield County has leases in both areas and has drawn a distinction between leases in Garfield County in the Thompson Divide and leases in Garfield County that are further to the west. So there is that weight of public and local jurisdiction opinion is also a perfectly defensible basis for the agency to rely upon in drawing a distinction. And then finally, you have the Forest Service's own decision, which draws a clear boundary around areas that are not appropriate for oil and gas development and areas that are deemed to be appropriate. So, yeah, I think BLM can draw that distinction in a defensible way, and that's what we're asking it to do.
Okay.
Chris, it was a great letter. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. And I will take the board's feedback into consideration and get a final letter out, unless there's any other questions.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're back here at 12:45.
Yep, so we'll do recess for lunch break until 12:45.
Perfect. La Centrale, the French place of berries.
Okay, welcome back to the County Commissioners Work Session on August 18th. First on our agenda this afternoon is abatement hearings. And we just have one item there to look at.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that the petitioner is here with us.
So if you could introduce yourself for the
Do we need to call a special meeting first for the abatement hearing?
We need to be board of.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it a special, okay,
No, we need to meet as the Board of Equalization.
Yes.
okay. So I'd entertain a motion to call a special meeting for the Board of Equalization.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we can proceed officially.
Okay, my name is Wendy Schultz, and I'm with the assessor's office. And this petitioner has signed, or filled out a sheet of paper on some issues he has with his property. He submitted it in 2013, which is our reappraisal year. We're here today for 2014 appraisal year, separate year, but the information is all the same. Our information sticks for 2 years unless there's a change to the property. This property has not changed. His list of complaints are the same for the last few years when he submitted this letter, and we already addressed it in 2013 and prior years. So we already have an adjustment on the land. We already have a lowered home value for these conditions that he's listed. He's essentially saying his land is compromised for topography. Well, I looked into that. It is a steep lot. It is a steep driveway. But community development says he can still build a 10,103 square foot home. There's a 200 square foot living area reduction. Is that significant? I don't think so. It's pretty minor. For our purposes, it still holds significant amount of value. They do have spectacular views towards Aspen Mountain. I pulled some comparables. He seems right in there. So back in 2013, his initial value was 4.8 million. We adjusted it down to 4.4 million. It stayed for 2014, nothing changed. And here he is again, complaining about the same thing. So it's a recurrence of 2013's petition, which, like I said, we already went through, we already resolved these issues. But he submitted the paperwork and we just have to do the formal appeal.
Patty?
Well, I noticed on the paperwork that he submitted, he technically just crossed out, he submitted the same actual paperwork, he just crossed out and changed the dates. But I noticed in some cases he missed dates, so it still says 2013. So I'm assuming that we are talking about 2014, and what he's asking for is a further reduction from the reduction that already addressed his concerns.
Correct.
Okay.
And you reviewed again a second time to see if you felt
Yes.
there was any margin of error? And your
Yeah.
comparables and your work in our packet shows that there's not
Correct.
change to be made.
Okay. So, sounds like we would be in the right to trust your judgment professionally that he's already gotten the reduction from the previous year, and it's the same, being held at the same level from 2013.
Correct.
So he already basically got a reduction from what it used to be.
No.
Yes.
And-
So,
And he is aware of this meeting and did not choose to attend or submit any additional
He wasn't,
information?
correct. He was informed as far as I know.
Okay.
okay.
I would make a motion to uphold the finding of the hearing officer, is the correct term on this, on this abatement hearing.
So that is to deny the petition
To
for
deny
abatement.
the petition, uphold the assessors, the Board of Equalization, the assessor's office recommendation.
I will second that.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to uphold your decision on this. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
I will make a motion to end the special meeting.
I'll second.
All in favor to end the special meeting, say aye.
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 Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving along.
Let's see, we don't have yet any of our citizen board.
Oh,
Well, I'll take that back.
there he is, I betcha. Hi, Zach.
We presume you're Zach George, and you can come right up to the table here. That was perfect timing, even though we're a little bit ahead of schedule.
That's always good, though.
Yeah, I think so.
So Zach, we always, we're pleased that you applied to be on the grant committee. That's a very important committee in our estimation. We have a lot of money to distribute to organizations in the valley, and So it's that board that is the one that makes the recommendations for us to vote on. So we really appreciate your coming forward and being willing to serve on that as one of our 2 youth representatives.
Well, I really enjoy being a part of this community, and I want to make sure that like what I think is best happens. As a kid, at least, I want to be able to see progress, and I want to be able to. I don't know. As a kid growing up here, I feel like I know what's best for Aspen. That's why I feel like I wanted to be on something like this, because I kind of want to help change the future in Aspen, because I want to live here in the future as well. So, I figure.
Steve, did
Patty?
did they already give you the booklet?
No, not yet.
'Cause it's a lot of reading up front. You know, this is a group, a committee that, a board that has a very consolidated activity envelope.
Mhm.
You know, they do a lot in a very short period of time, and it's really fun to work with. The people who sit on this board are very energetic, very impassioned. They, you know, believe in helping these nonprofits is what their goal is, and it's a great feeling at the end of the day. So I think it would be fun to have you sit on the board, and you'd have, Anna Patterson would be there with you, so
Mhm.
fun for the 2 of you. You're going to be a senior?
I'm going to be a junior.
You're going to be a junior?
Yeah.
Great, so that gives us 2 years, we can keep
Yeah.
doing this, we like that. The other thing is, you live on Snow Bunny?
Yeah.
You live in the house my husband grew up in.
Awesome.
I know that house well, on the
That's
corner.
Yeah.
Huh. Rachel?
Yeah, thank you for applying, as Patty has said, and kind of trying to find a way to work it in. It is a lot of reading up front. Do you have any groups or boards that you're a member of, by any chance?
Not currently, no.
Okay, I was just going to kind of mention that, you know, if someone is serving kind of directly with an organization, that becomes a little bit of an institutional conflict of interest. And so they generally don't vote on organizations that they have a close affinity to, so that there's no bias in the process. And I very much appreciate your input to being able to offer what you think is best for Aspen, but it ends up usually being a bit of a compromise of a decision among all the other players on the review committee, and then there's always more demand than there is resources available. So you'll enjoy the experience. There's a lot of kind of cutting the baby in half and reallocating so that.
Sorry.
No.
We started
We
early.
started early.
I had a little traffic. Well, you know, traffic's fun.
Yeah.
The bike race is already impacting Main
Really
Street.
fun.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry. Okay,
No
good.
That's
We're
okay,
good.
he's doing fine.
He's-
doing
he's-
just fine.
Well, we're meeting for the first time too, so it's really cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so anyhow, I did want to just go ahead and mention that. And then, what are some of your other interests, and why do you feel this experience will be valuable to you?
Well, I play basketball, and so I know a lot of people in the community. And I feel like a lot of people come to me with a lot of their problems. So I'm interested, honestly, I'm interested in just helping Aspen, and I kind of want to see how something like this works as well. So, and for the future, I want to be a part of something like this, and I feel like it'd help with everything.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
It's a really good introduction to how the nonprofit systems work in the valley. It's a huge portion of what happens in Pitkin County. So you're right, it's going to give you a lot of insight into what organizations are out there. And we'd love to have you come back after college, and we can get you, you know, into one of these organizations and come back on the other side of it.
Yeah, it's kind of a real look at the challenges of our community
Yeah.
as opposed to the,
Yeah.
the glamour and the glitter all the time. It's,
Mhm.
it's a little bit of the underbelly
It's a good
and
point.
the need. So
Right.
it'll be a good experience.
Kind of like drinking from the fire hose first
Yeah.
year, but
Yeah.
the advantage is you're a junior.
Mhm.
So if everything goes well, you got next year too, and you'll feel different.
We
at the
like
beginning
that.
of next year. I know, we love that.
You know,
It's good for you too.
last time, we had the 2 girls who started
Yes.
as juniors.
Yes.
And now they're both graduated. One of them served as the voting member 1 year and as
Yes.
the alternate the 2nd year. And Mitzi, is that what you're thinking to do this time also?
I was actually thinking of doing that. And so basically, one youth would be like, if you would, the appointed member, but then the other youth member would be the alternate appointed member. And it doesn't really change what you would be doing in the reading and the the session where we go over the recommendations, but it just gives you a little flexibility. It's,
So when it comes down to voting, now if any of the other people aren't there at that
yes, at the,
session, then you
Yeah.
would have a vote. For
Well,
this year.
the way it works really is everybody has everybody scores what they read.
Mhm.
So there's a number attached. And then we do an aggregate, like an average number for the whole team. And it's just, that's just a kind of a benchmark, you know, to see if everyone voted really, really high, that tells you something. If everyone voted really, really low. And we discuss it. So you actually have a voice on par with everyone else. And yeah, it's really, a lot of it is in the discussion that we do on those dinner meetings. And we try, and this is a really incredible volunteer board where we appreciate everyone volunteering. It's really good though if everyone can make those meetings because the in-person and the face-to-face is really important. But, you know.
So, is
You work
there
it
any
through.
conflict between Zach's school time and when the committee would be meeting?
Um,
How does that work?
What I have found through the years so far with the youth members is that the only thing that can really be conflictual is after-school commitments. Like if folks are on a sports team or just getting started with a sport that meets like from 4 to 8 or something, that's tricky for the dinner meetings because we try to have those starting about 4 or 4:30 and they go till about 8:30. So I don't know if that's an issue in September
Well,
in your world for this year.
I don't think in September.
Okay.
And-
Basketball
Okay.
Because
season.
he's on the basketball.
Because
team,
you're
right?
basketball, so,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Good timing.
Yeah.
And then the ski racer, Anna, she's right now in New Zealand.
Yeah,
I think she's in school in September,
she will be,
but that's really different for her.
yeah.
Good for her.
I mean, I think ski racers have different contingencies for their schooling sometimes, don't they? I don't know how they work it
do,
at Aspen
They
High.
get out early.
They
Like,
get out early.
Yeah, they have a couple free periods so they can go skiing during the
Oh,
school days.
I see.
They have to make it up, though. It's not easy.
But you're saying it's fine, and then it's just, last year, we actually met for 2 nights, Tuesday and Wednesday. We did not need the third night. We keep the third night as a contingency. This year, however, with 44 new applications, I mean, we have a lot of material this year, new ideas. We may need the third night.
So how
We're
many
used to that.
total applications are there this year?
71,
Wow.
which is about the same number
Wow.
as we've had for the last 2 to 3 years.
And some of them are
So-
continuing, they have the 3-year.
Only about 6,
Okay.
Steve,
Those have
because
expired.
we had a really big partnership term, which was 2013 to 2015, so ending at the end of December. And so all of those agencies, most of whom have been in the Healthy Community Fund for over 10, 15 years, they all
Have to come
reapply
back.
for another 3-year. So, and then there's only a few that are kind of off cycle.
Okay, so this is the big year
This
for
is a big
renewing the
one.
partnerships.
And it's going to take us, I was thinking about this the other day, it's going to take us right up to renewal, pretty close to renewal
Of the fund
of the
itself.
fund itself, which will be 2018. And of course, I was thinking about this, you asked this question, I think, the last time, Rachel. As a staff, we'll be looking at going to the voters. And remember how last time we actually went early, given some of the other pressures, road and bridge and that kind. So we'll be looking at that again, I'm sure, internally. Not sure at this point, but anyway, it's going to be a great experience.
So, Zach, I have a question. You could almost liken this to being on jury duty or something, where you have important decisions to make, and it's like you're sort of deciding, to some extent, the fate of a whole lot of different, very important nonprofit
pressure, though.
groups. And you'll have a big pool of money, bigger numbers than you're used to dealing with that will be distributed to the different groups. So keeping that in mind, do you think you'll be able to handle that? It's not really pressure, but it's like being in a different stratosphere of of numbers and responsibility.
Mhm. I definitely think so, because, well, I'm good with numbers, but I also want to major in business, so I feel like
Oh, good.
doing this is going to help me with that, because I'd be dealing with a lot of numbers and stuff like that and managing money, so I feel like that would be beneficial to my future as well. So I feel like doing this, I don't feel would be overwhelming to me, and in the long run, it'd be very helpful, so.
You definitely learn how to read budgets, and that's helpful.
And at the end of the day, you're part of a team, it's not all
Yes.
gonna be on your
Yeah.
shoulders,
No.
so we'll be
I'm not
okay.
gonna be looking all at you.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, not really, no.
I have a suggestion, though, due to the timing of this, because you're moving up on a deadline, I hope the board has a chance to discuss this today and hopefully put it on for next Wednesday's regular meeting, John.
Fast track resolution, that'd be great.
We can get him appointed quickly.
Yeah.
And in the interim,
Yeah.
maybe you can give him his reading material.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's fine with me.
That's the board's direction. Yeah.
Yeah.
great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry I missed the beginning again.
That's
but
okay,
I made
Mitzi.
it. Thank you both. Thank you, everyone.
Zach, I drove by the house the other day, and those evergreens around the corner
Yeah.
used to be, you could see over them, they were like this big. I know, I was amazed. I drove by and went, oh my God, it's like a hedge.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
getting really big.
Yeah, they are. Right. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Everyone.
Okay, have a good afternoon.
Thanks.
Okay,
Enjoy the
thank you.
traffic.
Particularly quiet in here right now.
I know, we like
Had a
it.
small audience
You have
this
a little
week
tiny-
compared to last
Yeah.
Tuesday, it's slightly
Yes.
different.
Can we do future agendas or something, Steve?
Let's see, we could do future agendas.
That's going to be pretty short too, I think. We are working on setting up some of our joint meetings with our neighboring jurisdictions, so you'll start to see those showing up. We definitely, obviously, want to get to Lake County before the pass closes, so Susan's starting to work on those meetings, as well as Garfield County and Eagle County we did meet with recently, but the other joint meeting that will be coming up is the hospital board, so you're going to start to see those getting populated in the future agendas. They aren't in this week's. We're still working with staff. Those usually take time, but just know that we are working on those at this point.
Gunnison?
Yeah,
Have you done
Gunnison
Gunnison or
has,
not?
we have historically, but typically what we found is Gunnison likes to have a
Some meat.
really set agenda, and yeah, we just haven't had an agenda that has necessarily brought everyone to the table for a couple of years. So I think, you know, as our broadband project matures and our radio projects mature and we get to some decision points that would involve both entities, that's when they are more wanting to make the trip or have us travel over there. So versus
The only
just
item
getting
would be the
together.
scenic river designation, because I don't think they've made a decision yet, but I can
Yeah.
understand that.
That would be one, and then the other would be, I mean, I'd really check in with Chris Selden and see how issues surrounding the Thompson Divide might be playing forward and whether we need to have a conversation on that.
With Gunnison?
Yeah.
I mean, they're
So
certainly
there might be
neighbors in
two
that,
issues
and
we could,
see if
feel
there's,
out.
come to
Yeah.
any sort
Okay.
of head yet.
Other than that, your agendas are starting to fill up, and we're gonna start even seeing budget meetings starting up here not too far from now.
Okay.
I have two quick things. On the 9th, it's a Wednesday regular meeting, I just need to be out of here. I'll just bring it up at the meeting by 4:30. It's not critical.
September.
September 9th.
Uh,
And the other thing is, do we need to schedule the marijuana licensing issue? The marijuana license expires September 24th?
Yeah, we met on that as staff yesterday. We're planning on putting that on for September 23rd, I believe, is the Wednesday
Okay.
regular meeting right before, and that was per board's direction, so
Okay,
we're
just want to
preparing
make sure we had a
that.
time
Yeah.
allotment. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. Moving on to our next item, and Jessica, could you, if you would come up to the table here, we'll
Hi.
have a conversation with you for a little bit.
Okay.
First of all, we'd like to thank you for applying to be on the Animal Shelter Board, and appreciate any citizen who's willing to donate their time and their effort to that. So, could you tell us some about your background with animals and why you're interested in the Animal Shelter Board?
Well, I've always loved animals. I guess I got my first hamster when I was 6, and then it kind of expanded. I even had an iguana when I was 13. And my brother used to walk it up and down the street with this pink leash, you know. By profession, I'm a reference librarian, but the library feels sort of changed, and I became a volunteer at the animal shelter in our town in Montclair, New Jersey. It was a no-kill shelter, and I worked as a volunteer there 2 days a week. I started a newsletter for them. I would foster the baby squirrels, you know, make the walnut butter and, you know, use the syringes to feed them. And I built a hacking cage in my backyard so that they could, you know, a halfway house for them. We brought a lot of cats and dogs home to foster, so my kids really grew up. And my daughter has 4 cats, and my son has 2 dogs. We're all big animal lovers. And then when we moved, and then I was named to be the consumer advocate on the Medical Veterinary Board of New Jersey. And my job was to make sure that the veterinarian exams were conducted the way they should be, with no favoritism, relatives not getting passed easily, which had been happening in the past. And then we moved to Mill Valley in California, and I started volunteering at Wild Care, the Wildlife Center. I'd go in twice a week and get on my hands and knees and scrub out the cages. And because I had experience with squirrels, I became the squirrel lady there too. Became a volunteer for the Marine Mammal Center. And when they wanted to have a huge fundraiser for both the Marine Mammal Center and the Wildlife Center, a friend and I arranged to have one of the old, I don't know what they're called, Fort Hamilton Air Force Base in northern Marin had these enormous hangars that had been built during World War II that were just sitting there empty. So we went up and we managed to rent one for $1 a year. And we started collecting anything that anybody wanted to give us. And then once a year we had something called the Beastie Bargain Bonanza, where people came from all over. It was an enormous flea market type thing. And the year that I did it, we raised either $35,000 or $38,000, which was a record. And then we moved to Colorado, and I got to know Seth. And I really, really admire everything that he has managed to do. I remember when he was taking care of that very small shelter at AABC, and what a good job he was doing. And then I got to know his parents, and then my son got involved also, and he was a little bit disappointed when the Wileys got the naming opportunity because he wanted to be the namer. And so I've always loved what Seth does. Whenever I have grandchildren in town, I take them out to play with the puppies and the kittens. And I've been a fairly large supporter of what they're doing. And I always have 2 or 3 monthly tabs in that yearly wonderful calendar that they do. So now I have 2 dogs and a cat that I rescued from the animal shelter.
I have a dog from Seth.
Oh, you have a dog from Seth, just one?
Just one. Don't push me, because that's always trying, let me tell you.
Mm.
I've seen you out there. I've seen you out at the fundraisers and things for the animal shelter.
Mhm.
So, just out of curiosity, when you were in Mill Valley, were you familiar at all with maybe one of the more famous cats from Marin County, Poo-Poo LaRue, who was the center on a calendar of these obese cats that lived out
Poo-Poo
there?
LaRue. No, I know that
Ring any
Cleveland.
bell to you?
No,
That
didn't
was
know
my
Poo-Poo
aunt's
LaRue.
cat, this really obese cat was the,
Oh,
on
no.
the,
Oh, really?
I'm wondering
and
how
it
that
was
just
some
coming up.
animal, you know, it's something to do, I don't know if it had to do with the animal shelter, but that was in Marin County some years ago.
I supported the Marin Animal Shelter, but I did not work there.
Uh-huh.
Because the Marine
Well,
Mammal
I was
Center
just
and the
curious
wild
if
care
you would
were-
ever run into the.
No,
see that calendar.
no.
Okay.
Poo-Poo LaRue.
So are you part of the Friends of the Animal Shelter group too?
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
yeah.
That's where I saw you at the
Mhm.
one they did the party for the community. Yeah.
It was a nice event this year. Do you have any questions for us that you?
Yeah, I'm wondering what would be expected of me? What does the job entail?
Jeez.
You know?
Well,
You
they
have to ask
they
Seth
have
that.
meetings now. I remember
Oh, all right.
one member of the board who was complaining that she didn't feel like they met enough.
I know that Bland, I was talking to Bland at the Saturday market, and she said that she reduced the meetings to once a year.
So that might be something that actually you could light a fire under Seth to hold, you know, quarterly meetings or, you know, more often, just to give him an opportunity to, you know, let the board know what's going on and have you participate in the
Like a
decisions and
liaison?
the activities
Like
and
a
all that.
liaison.
I think that could be a good thing, to have the board be more active. And I'm sure a lot of the board members probably participate in, you know, or out at the animal shelter a lot, but in terms of having regular meetings, it's good to have a sit down and have a formal meeting and, you know, look at the big picture of how things are going and if, keep it going in the right direction, that sort of thing. Rachel?
Yeah, the stated purpose of the board is to make recommendations to the Aspen City Council and the BOCC on policies for the operation of the Aspen-Pitkin Animal Shelter, including but not limited to the formulation and implementation of operating guidelines for the shelter, policies and procedures, appropriate reviews, and a capital improvement and maintenance program for the shelter. So it looks like kind of annual review of the budget and the projected capital needs going forward, as well as any procedures that they may want to modify or change over time. To me, this looks like it was written a little bit before they really got up and running, you know,
Yeah,
as
at
it
the
was a
start of
joint
the-
project with donated land from either the city or county and fundraising from both parties because of the operational use separate from the business side of it that Seth runs. So, you know, I don't believe it's really up to me to tell Seth to have more meetings per year, but I agree very strongly with the concept that keeping your board members involved, and even if you're just 3 times a year or something, so that they can assist on things like that or anything they've heard, and, you know, give feedback and represent the shelter to the community. I don't know that we've ever, in my experience, had shelter board members give us recommendations for policies or operations. And,
Not since
you know,
I've been here.
it just hasn't come in that they've either requested money or need to rezone or change policies or anything. So I'm sure that if they did, we'd hear from Riri, who is the county's staff liaison to that board.
Yeah, and I think if there was an issue, Steph would call a meeting if need be.
Yeah.
Or Bland would. If there's a policy issue, an operational issue that needed to come forward, they'd call a special meeting. But I know that Seth loves to keep his board members involved in one way or
Oh, yeah,
another.
yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
most likely, it's not sitting at meetings, so
Yeah,
you sound
I was gonna
perfect for
say, I
that.
think there's a lot of other.
And
things you can
scrubbing
do.
floors or scrubbing dog dishes. I mean, I've been out there watching that, so.
Well, there's a wonderful lady who's from Texas who comes every day to do the cats.
Oh, she does?
Except Fridays when she has her hair done. She's from Texas.
There
You got new kitties in on Friday, I think.
Yeah, there
Kitties
are
and
two
another
kittens.
dog, ready to have puppies.
She had puppies.
Oh, she
She's
did?
got, there are 5. There's one little black puppy and 4. If she's the one I'm thinking of, she's a
She just came in last
dachshund.
week. Yes, that is the dachshund, yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, we were there yesterday playing with the kittens. And the puppies.
I know, I was getting kitties in too, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Great, well,
Greatly
thank you
appreciate
very
your
much.
willingness to serve.
Okay.
And then
Well,
will the board will
thank
make a decision within the next couple of days or week or so, and we'll let you know, and we do a formal resolution at a regular board meeting.
you. Okay.
Yeah, we have to
And-
check and make sure there's no other applicants and things like that. Give everyone a shot.
Thank you, thanks very
All
much.
right. Oh, well, you're more than welcome, and I would really love to do this.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
So I am Karen Phyllis today, so,
I thought you looked a little different.
yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately for you guys.
Oh, you know, the press was going to come for this.
Oh, they are.
Madeline
Well,
was-
they better come.
Well, Madeline was gonna come back, but it's not scheduled until 1:30.
I know, but all
Um,
meeting agendas are subject to,
Well, we could, I mean, we could do open discussion in the meantime and then
Can we do
wait
that
till,
maybe, Rachel? I see what you're saying,
just,
but
just for the benefit, I mean, I think it would be important to have, we want to get as much good publicity
the
on
word
this
out
as
there.
possible, so
Yeah.
that could be wise to wait.
well, she probably won't come now. after I
Yeah,
say
so
that.
after their big build.
you never know, sometimes they're watching it TV at
She wasn't
home.
gonna watch it on TV, she likes to be in the room,
Oh,
so.
no, that's-
Yeah, so we could do open discussion first and hopefully, we'll see if we have items for open discussion.
I don't have anything right now.
We could also take a break until.
I could give a report on my trip to Denver yesterday.
The
Okay.
bus trip?
I rode on Mustang to Denver yesterday. It was my trial run to see how it worked. I had a meeting of the Strategic Action Planning Group on Aging
Oh, your first one.
from 1 till 3 o'clock downtown, real close to the Capitol building. And the location, they call it Dr. Cog, which
Right.
is Denver Regional Council of Governments, but they're affectionately known as Dr. Cog.
Dr. Cog.
So I caught the bus, I drove down to Glenwood and caught the bus down there. It was very, very comfortable bus. They don't even call it a bus, they call it a coach. So it's like a, high-end, very comfortable seats. And the bus was a little late leaving Glenwood. It was about a half an hour late getting to Denver, but that was no problem with my time schedule. There were a lot of people riding on the bus.
That's good to hear, though.
It was very, pretty well used, and the director of the CDOT was actually as a member on the committee on there in Denver, and we were talking about it, and he said this Glenwood to Denver run is the most heavily used of their 3 different routes that they have now. They have one from Fort Collins to Denver and Colorado Springs to Denver also.
Does it go, how do you connect to the airport? Because that would be, I think, a key value for people up here being able to.
From Union Station.
Union
Back up.
Station,
There's
and
another bus from Union Station?
Either-
Well, there'll be light rail
There
soon
will be
enough.
light rail, but right now it's another bus.
yeah, and then I think also
It's
that
good to know.
the Mustang also goes to the bus center in Denver after it leaves Union Station. So from one or the other, you could connect
To the airport.
to the airport, or maybe both. I'm not sure that. But then on the way back, I slept most of the way back on the bus, and so it was like a down and back to Denver. If you're driving your own car in one day, you can be exhausted by the time you get back. If you've done sort of 7 or 8 hours of driving and gone to a meeting over there. And the fare is very reasonable too. If only one person is going down, it doesn't make sense to take your own car if you have the means to get around in Denver.
What is the regular fare?
The regular fare is $28 from Glenwood to Denver. The senior citizen rate
Wow,
is
great.
$21.
Oh, that's great.
for one way, so $42
Wow,
round trip.
that's good to know. That's a good option for people to know.
You know, I'm glad they've started across the state connector route and something like that is needed. But the real frustrating part, of course, is that other communities receive 0 operating dollars from CDOT. And so this is a system they're paying to operate and pay the loss, the subsidy per rider. But our communities had to raise sales taxes to 2 cents to provide our own. And so I've always felt that that's a little bit of inequity there. You know, it's just a challenge that, you know, we're just not getting the same level of financial support that their connectors are. But again, I do recognize the need, and I don't know if it makes it more likely that we'll have a successful transportation vote someday to continue these things, or less likely that, oh, CDOT's found a way to do it within their existing budget.
Yeah, and I'm curious too about, you know, what is the subsidy that's required? And of course, the more people
It
that
was a
ride it, the
pretty-
less that subsidy has to be.
It was a pretty substantial startup cost, I know that, but
Yeah.
I think they consider it to have ongoing.
Yeah, so to me, it is like an experiment. It's only Monday through Friday now. They don't have weekend service up here at this point in time. But, I would recommend the service to anybody who's, you know, has a meeting in Denver that, you know, that it works out the logistics of it.
How long does it take? How many stops do they make between here and Denver?
The stops were in Eagle, just a real quick stop along the side of the road at the, you know, on one of the roundabouts
Right.
in Eagle. Vail was a little bit longer at the Vail Transportation Center. Frisco was the long stop where you could get off the bus and use the restrooms and get snacks. Just a 10-minute break there. Then the Federal Center in Lakewood, there's a stop there, and there's a light rail station there also, so you could connect to the light rail there. And then Union Station, and then the Denver Bus Center.
That's right, the train does go into the Federal Center now. It seems so funny with seeing it going through Golden.
Yeah. So again, about how long,
Well, it
considering
was-
from Glenwood,
It was 3.5 hours from Glenwood to
the first,
Union Station.
that's comparable.
Then while Steve is signing that, I just remind the public that the Pro Challenge race is coming in tomorrow and Wednesday. There are already some street closures. Can get information on the City of Aspen's website about those closures. For customers who may be seeking county services, all publicly facing county services are going to be open and available during the bike race if you can get in to see us. We will have some offices, the back offices in the courthouse plaza will be locked, and you may need to call in if you're coming to see the finance or human resources departments. So just a note for those who are coming in and seeking county services, we will be open for business during the bike race.
And on Thursday, what time do we expect to have? We expect the pass open around 2 o'clock-ish?
Yeah, I believe Main Street, the last information I saw was they anticipate that they're going to be starting to clear around 11 from the events. Main Street may not be open till 1 or 2.
And I noticed just now at noon, going out onto Main Street, so people can be prepared, there was a significant traffic issue in the core blocks of Main Street because they're already starting to set up some of the barriers.
Yeah, there's starting to be some of the road closures and set up for the event tomorrow. And again, there's an information sheet available on the City of Aspen's webpage.
Rachel?
One other question about the race, John. I came over Independence Pass this morning, and as we get closer to Aspen, kind of Wildwood School down, maybe right around those zones, there's a couple of homes under construction. And so, again, coming into town from the pass, they'd be on the right-hand side. And so you had probably 12 cars lined up, parked along the side of the road for the construction up in the homes. And I'm just wondering, I think Nancy Leslie and the city's been in charge of notifying people, but have they communicated with these guys that, I don't know about either the cars parked on the side of the road or that you're going to be in until very late, once those cars are in.
Yeah, my understanding is that all the affected residents have been contacted. Now, whether all the subcontractors and
Yeah, 'cause
workers and
nobody's
such,
really
whether that's
living there, and
cascaded
so, I don't know,
down.
maybe you could shoot her an email
Okay.
about that to make sure that the, homes under construction, the contractors there and subs understand the rules.
We can do that.
And when I was walking through town at lunch, I heard a very clever solution that a family had who knew that they would be kind of blocked out of their house. They're taking a raft trip down valley with Elk Mountain Expeditions. I said, good for you guys, go for it, yeah. So there are other opportunities for people in the community, because life still does go on.
So I don't know, Steve, if you want to wait a few more minutes
No,
and see.
it's 1:30 now. Let's just forge on ahead because that
Don't
is
forget what
the
you were gonna say,
agenda
Rick.
time. So talking about the Senate Bill 152 ballot language on broadband.
I'm going to project behind you,
Okay, well, I will,
Rachel, assuming my
Oh, your new trick of putting your iPad on there.
technologies works here. So thank you, Steve. I'm standing in for Phyllis, who is actually meeting with other parties on our broadband project, and Kara, who is in Denver as part of her internship responsibilities today to talk to you about ballot language that we would like to propose to be placed on this year's ballot. And by way of background, what this ballot language would accomplish would be relieving the county from restrictions we operate under right now relative to our ability to provide broadband and what's called advanced telecommunications and cable services. And the reason that this is important is back in 2011, the county, the Board of County Commissioners had established a goal of providing cell and broadband internet services throughout the county, and there are obviously a number of areas in our county because of our geology and geography that are challenging to be served by telecommunications and broadband services. And at that time, the board had placed a ballot question on the ballot in 2011 to allow the county to use translator funds to be used for extension of broadband and cellular service. And that question passed 79% to 21%. Subsequently, we've been involved in several efforts. First, we did map out on the cell service side. We did collect information and data to understand where our cell service was available, where it wasn't available, and more importantly, where infrastructure would need to be developed to cover the holes in services. We did contract with a third party along with the ski company to provide infrastructure. We did not commit to do any of that ourselves or fund it. Unfortunately, that project has not moved forward as we had originally anticipated, as that the company has not made the investments in the infrastructure that we thought they would. And so we're still working on that. The other side that we've started looking at is how do we bring broadband internet services, and we engaged in a study first on the feasibility. That study identified the need for backbone infrastructure to be developed within Pickens County, just as the basic infrastructure to provide broadband to the homes and businesses that need that service. We're in the process now of starting an engineering study to look at a specific design for bringing those services into the drainages. But we have an issue that once we have that design, state law, we are not allowed to either partner nor provide any of those broadband or telecommunication services. And so the ballot language that is being proposed today, which would, as amended by you, would be brought to you on your August 26th regular meeting agenda, is really designed to exempt the county from those restrictions under what's called Senate Bill 152, or what's typically called Senate Bill 152, which was passed in 2005 and prohibits the use of municipal or county money for infrastructure to improve local broadband service without first going to a vote of the people. And so we are one of many counties. CCI has indicated they believe 11 counties, including Pickens County, will likely be on the ballot with similar kinds of exemption questions this year. Your packet also included an attachment of a memo from CCI that provides a significant amount of background on Senate Bill 152, as well as all the ballot questions that have previously passed in the state. The language that we're proposing is based on similar language to what you'll see other entities have passed. It is broad. It's very broad language. It is designed to give us the full amount of flexibility in terms of how we provide broadband services, either allowing us to do it exclusively or through a public-private partnership. It is also inclusive, and this was probably the thing that staff batted around the most, is it is inclusive of high-speed internet service as well as telecommunications and cable television services. And so it is broader in terms of its permissiveness and what we could be involved in than simply broadband and extension of cellular service. And the reason that we chose that language is that is the language that's specifically what Senate Bill 152 prohibits local governments from providing. And so it gives us a full exemption from the restrictions, or would give us a full exemption upon approval of the voters from the restrictions in 152. And what we're trying to anticipate is there's so much convergence of technology, right? And, telephone services are being provided over the internet. Content such as television is being provided over the internet. We don't really know how that convergence is going to continue in the future, and so we felt it was best to make it allowable for, kind of be content neutral, if you will, for what infrastructure we would be allowed to provide. Our discussions with the board to date have really been about internet service and working to fill holes in cellular service. And so this is the language that staff is proposing, and we've brought it to you today to see if you have recommendations for changes, or if you'd like to give us direction so that we could bring back specific language to you on August 26th for certification to the ballot.
Patty?
In reading the language that was utilized by other jurisdictions in their votes, the comment that most of them, but not all, at first I thought all of them that passed did include the language without increasing taxes. I noticed that Boulder did not include that, and passed handily in Boulder. It did not include that language in the one that failed, which was in Longmont. Their ballot question was very, very simple, just 3 or 4 lines. My question is about increasing taxes. It's not the plan at this time to increase the mill levy for the translator services, et cetera. But will we at some point possibly have to go back to the voters? That's when we have a system in mind, a specific system and plan.
Yeah, and so the language without increasing taxes right now And it's a good point to bring up, Patty. Right now, all this ballot language accomplishes is exempting us from the restrictions of Senate Bill 152. As we move forward, depending on what public-private partnerships look like and what the final infrastructure build-out looks like, we may need to go back to the voters. If we need to provide a subsidy into the system, at that point it would become a separate question as to whether the voters would approve any additional, whether it be a mill levy, a sales tax, a use tax, whatever that funding mechanism would be to provide the subsidy would be a separate question. But this is right now just a single subject around exempting us from the limitations of Senate Bill 152. And then as we design our system and the county clarifies its role going forward, we may need to go back to the voters for additional
Just so
funding.
people
and
don't have
such.
any surprises in the future.
Michael?
So, so why is the without increasing taxes in there?
The without increasing taxes, there's two reasons, and John Ely could not be here today. He has reviewed the language, but it keeps it to a single subject and ensures that we have a single subject requirement on the ballot language, and that single subject is simply exemption from the Senate Bill 152. A tax question would need to be a separate question. Right now, we are not increasing taxes with that exemption. It doesn't preclude us from going out to ask that question in the future, but it clarifies that this is not in any way approval for funding or additional taxes for these services. That would have to be a separate
This
question.
is a specific question.
But we can confirm that with the attorney's office.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, John, for the explanation and the background work. I do have a couple of questions. One kind of just following up on Patty, what she's asking about there. If this question were to pass, which I believe it would, without increasing taxes, and then there's a follow-up question that is taxes, not that we're anticipating that, but if there was, would it kind of invalidate the authority? Because now it is with taxes, although it's a separate question, it wouldn't reach back to invalidate this.
No,
Because
they're
it's-
single subject,
Okay,
yeah.
so this is separate. Great. The second is, I know because of Tabor and property values declining and the credits back and things like that, we really haven't bumped into Tabor restrictions with our budgets per se, but what about receiving grants? Are we already debruced for that? If we were able to get a $2 million, grant from,
Sure.
would we have to go to the voters for permission to accept that, or?
No, so there are two revenue restrictions within Tabor. There's a total revenue limitation and then the property tax limitation. And so the county has debruced
The broad.
for the total revenue
Okay.
limitation. What we've retained is the limitation on the growth in property taxes. So we do not have a Tabor impact from accepting grant dollars.
Okay, that's important, because I'd like to see that. And then the other question, just really to ask on this, is in looking through the other languages, people pretty regularly refer to this concept of reestablishing the town's right to provide all services restricted since 2005 by Title 29, Article 27 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. They either have that or, this term as expressly permitted by these statutes. And I'm just wondering why we don't really refer to either Senate Bill 152 or, this. It seemed that in a lot of the ones that passed, they really kind of let the public know we've been restricted in this. Can we do all services restricted since 2005? And why was the decision not to include that sort of language?
I think I believe most of that language is probably coming out of municipalities. If you look,
Yeah, there's Yuma
there-
County,
Yuma
San
County
Miguel
did do that.
County, Rio Blanco County.
as we could include that kind of language. In looking at it as a county, we're an administrative arm of the state, subject to the statutory, you know, both
Yeah.
limitations and requirements. And so we didn't make a statement about our sovereignty.
Okay.
It was
Yeah.
basically how we read that.
You know, it's just that the language we have, telecommunication, cable television services as defined by that statute
Mhm.
to foster the expansion, but the others use terms as expressly permitted by Article 27, Title 29. You know, and it just somehow it gets lost in the middle of this, that we're needing to ask your permission because the state makes us ask your permission.
Okay.
And so that kind of, it just seems that that's kind of missing and seemed to be a component of literally every other one in some way.
I don't necessarily think that that's a bad idea. I just don't want to put so much language in there it confuses people.
I understand, I
You know what
agree with that.
Because when you get these ballot questions, they're so long, a lot of people will just vote no without taking the time to really understand because there's so much verbiage. So
Yeah.
I think if we include something, it needs to be.
It needs to be brief, I would be first agree. And what we have is very similar to what Grand Junction seemed to have had in theirs, just as defined by, whereas the others refer more to expressly
The actual
permitted
statute.
by, expressly permitted by, or the others which have, you know, these services have been restricted since 2005. And I'll just leave it for everyone else's decision, but I think those are kind of important little pieces of information.
Well, why don't we develop some language alternatives, and we can include those for consideration.
At the final discussion, a little pros and cons from either staff, or I don't know if this is the type of question we normally have our bond attorneys look at bond questions to make sure they're all Tabor compliant. I don't know if we need to look outside counsel on this one.
I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't
I'd
think
leave
so.
that up to John's discretion, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm glad to see us moving forward. I think this is
Yeah.
a necessary step.
So, right now, we'll look at some of the language to make it clear about the need for us to be seeking citizen approval to provide these services. And we'll look at some of the ballot questions that you referred to. And right now, we plan to bring that language back on August 26th to be certified to the ballot.
Sounds very good.
Okay,
Okay.
that's good news.
Thanks, John.
We do have Danette here.
So we could do that one. Get nice and ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, this is right here for the other.
So let's see, we've been jumping around on our agenda here, but it looks like the next up is Human Resource Information Systems supplemental budget request. So it's good that you're here, and John probably told you to get here earlier. So that's why you came earlier.
Come on up to the,
So come on up to the table.
and Steve, I might just introduce this real quick and then let these guys talk a little bit about the project. But basically what you'll see is this is a net zero budget request. We had approved in the 2015 budget a project for implementation of an human resources information system. And there's Connie, she'll be able to explain this better than me. But when we approved that budget, we had the full amount of the funding in the project budget. A portion of it was meant to support temporary administrative support during implementation. And so we're just pulling that portion out of the capital plan into the operating side of the budget for those implementation activities. Did I get that right, Connie? Okay.
So did you want to do a presentation? I have a question right off in looking at the information. If you don't mind if I jump to it. Could you just explain to me, talent management obviously is the automated performance evaluations or reviews. What is onboarding workflows? That's some great language in there. It was kind of
It's
entertaining.
probably, you know, the document emphasizes the transactional nature of our work, very paper intensive. So the workflow for talent onboarding is part of the e-recruit or electronic recruit module of our HRIS. It is replacing ultimately NeoGov, our NeoGov system that we currently use basically simply as an applicant pool storage.
So when somebody is
facility.
interested in a job, that their information would go into this onboarding workflow system
The
for
system-
talent management.
You got it. The system will now allow us to communicate with an applicant directly electronically through this system. It will allow us to onboard the applicant, so the multiple documents that we're sending back and forth via email, including sensitive documents that contain social security numbers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, will all be handled within the HRIS e-recruit module. Be fabulous.
Thank you.
John, you've reviewed this request and you feel this is in line with our growing computerization improvements and actual service responsiveness?
Yeah, and this again was a project that we approved with the 2015 budget, and what we're really doing is peeling part of it off for the operations. We just didn't have that divided up correctly when we did the original budget.
I can support this request.
Yes, me too. And it'll just come back with our next group of supplemental requests. Perfect.
That's right.
Thanks.
Do we have a majority? I got head
Yeah,
nod from
I'm
two.
okay with it. I had trouble following shifting the funds around.
Well, Connie is here if you want. She's really good at making those things understandable.
It's really just a budget transfer from the software line in the capital fund to the temp position line in the HR department. But because it's crossing two different funds, it has a transfer that actually gets booked between one fund to the other. So it looks a little bit more complicated than what it actually is. It's just showing the flow that we have to actually book in to make sure that the funds balance out.
So is the capital fund software, is that actually the HRIS? It's one and the same?
Correct.
But you got it for less expensively than originally planned, and that's where you get the savings of the 17,500?
No, when we did the financial analysis on the product that we purchased here, as well as the other ones that we looked at, we included in that analysis $17,500 for temporary support for these administrative purposes. However, that when it went to budget, it just was not properly communicated as to where the funds should live. So.
And Steve, this is simply through the implementation through the remainder of the year.
So the software costs the same amount, but it was the training that we needed somebody to come and help make sure we've got it set up right and that sort of thing.
That's correct. So the admin assistant will support history, data input. They will also support employee training for self-service throughout the remainder of this year.
Okay.
Got it.
Got it.
Thank you for the
Okay.
training at $17,000. Okay,
Okay.
good.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I look forward to hearing good things about it as years go on. Thank you.
And so, Steve, I have not heard back from John Lloyd yet, so I wonder if we might want to take a 5-minute break and I'll
Yeah,
try and track
let's
him
take a
down.
break. We're scheduled for a break, 15-minute break anyhow.
ETA
so.
annexation.
Okay, welcome back to our work session on August 18th. The final thing on our agenda today is a report on the Business Information and Technology Services, commonly known as BITS. So, John, take it away.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm John Lloyd, the Chief Technology Officer. And we're doing something a little different today in terms of telling you who we are and what we do and why we do it. We'll go through those things fairly quickly. And then I'm going to introduce each member of the team, and they will tell you what they do, how they do it, and entertain questions about what they do. One of the first things that we did as a department, and you might recall 2.5 years ago when I came, it was a 3-person department, and they were all radio and public safety. There was no IT support other than what we got from the city of Aspen. But over time, we gained more positions. We had people transfer in. We got budgetary approval to add people to the staff. And we concluded that it was a traditional but important thing to do, talk about the mission, vision, and values of the group. And BITS has 2 missions. There's an organizational mission, which is to help people get their job done. Then there's a community mission, which in our case is to enable the community to access their information anytime, anywhere, from any place, on any device. And that really works out to be what our vision statement is. That's what we envision tech support to be. You can always find the information quickly, easily, and without problem. And we have a set of values which are standard but important, particularly from the perspective of the easy access to information. We as a group believe in people first, business second, and technology third. We're not an organization that talks about technology first and foremost. Business drives technology selection, and people drive business. That is how we operate. We talk about treating all the stakeholders the same, which is to say somebody that's on a backcountry hike and they're using open space maps, the mapping application, they should be able to have confidence in that application, that it won't let them get lost, that it will help them route their path and really take care of their activities. Ours is an indirect support role. We support open space, we support all the operating departments with technology. They in turn support their customer departments and their customers. We believe that BITS is greater than the sum of its parts, and we also believe that leaders absorb failure and celebrate success. One of the things that ties into that is, I didn't include it because it's a lot of dense paperwork, but BITS has an internal code of conduct and a code of ethics by which we behave and perform. If you have an interest or curiosity about that, I can certainly get you copies of it. If you look at page 3 of your packet, it's an organization chart. It's traditionally hierarchical with very few layers of management. But you can see that the span of control ranges from 5 to some people have no one over whom they supervise. With that, let's see, whom do we have here? Pretty good group. We'll start with Ryan, who will come up and tell you who he is, what he is, and he'll answer your questions, and we'll go around the room and take it from there. Ryan is the business process analyst for the elected officials group.
Well, you took care of my job for me. Hi. I'm Ryan Keith. Hi, guys. So I am the business process analyst for the elected officials, which includes you guys, Janice, our clerk, Tom over in the assessor's office, and of course Joe, the sheriff's office. There's four or five of us, soon to be 5 of us BPAs, which the business process analyst, our job is to try to analyze current workflows and see if we can find a way to improve those, usually through the use of technology somehow. Or, if there's a new service that needs to be implemented and we need to try to find a solution for that, that's also something we can get involved with. We're all super busy these days with my position and recently being appointed to oversee kind of the sheriff's office again. I used to be in public safety, for those of you who were aware of that on the IT side. We're trying to figure out how to move our dispatch center out to the North 40, which involves quite a bit of technology with that process. So that's one of the projects I'm currently working on. But in a nutshell, our job is to try to improve efficiency within the organization and try to do it at an enterprise level where we find solutions that not only work for a particular individual or a particular department, but hopefully for other individuals and other departments throughout our organization. So that's what I do.
Were you involved in helping Jeanette? You were, weren't you, with the assessors?
I was.
I want to thank you for that. That was a great success story with information technology.
And that's the kind of thing we're trying to implement more of here, so thanks.
Yeah, that was creating that online booking for the property tax appeals process, and that was really helpful. I think really helpful for the constituency, for the people who wanted to schedule or reschedule and reschedule again their appointments, and it really, we've heard good things, and I want to thank you.
Sure, thanks, appreciate it.
That's all the accolades you get?
Thank you.
We've been following him around the county. We know, we've been tracking him.
Well, hi, I'm Nate Kneifel, Customer Support Manager, just like a couple seconds ago, so great to see you again.
I haven't seen you in so long.
Yeah, also Business Process Analyst for Google Apps. As you know, as part of the migration process, I was the manager for that project. And then joined the BITS team. Got all kinds of wonderful projects going on. We've finished the website. That was a very large project, and it was, turned out quite well. And people are really appreciative of the new platform that they work in. We are working intensely on an intranet, getting it perfected. Intranet's basically a place where any and all information necessary and pertinent to county employees is accessible in one location. Again, that goes to accessing information anywhere from any device at any time. I also manage the business process analyst team, and like I said, we're adding a fifth, which will be a business process analyst for community development.
Oh, yay. Yeah.
And that's a position that was in community development we're transferring over for the technology side.
Great, thanks.
So when you say your customer support manager, and your customers are actually different county departments or different county individuals, or is it members of the public are your customers? What would you say?
By definition, I guess, and maybe in ranking order, I would say that the Pickens County employees are our #1 customers, but we do everything to satisfy and help the citizens of Pickens County as much as possible as well.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And of course, the county commissioners.
Good add-on.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nate.
Hi.
Good afternoon, I'm Susan Sullivan. I am the Enterprise Content Manager, formerly known as Electronic Records and Document Manager, and now the big buzzword for my position is Information Governance. So hold tight, the industry is moving very fast. There are a lot of innovations happening, and I've come here to Pickens County. I came here in April of 2014 to implement what John and I like to refer to as transparent records management. We have learned that with the deluge of information that we have in today's world, it's almost impossible for individuals to manage this information manually. So when I got here, the iMerge Consulting Group was in the midst of doing an assessment of the county situation as far as records and information goes. What they found wasn't any different from anybody else. This is an evolving industry, and we're starting to learn how to get a hold of our data and manage it using machines. If Facebook can match faces to names of my friends, machines can figure out what a record is and where it needs to go. And that's what we believe. So I've spent the last year surveying the industry, working with customers here at the county, and identifying the parts of a system that will work and accomplish what we hope to accomplish using Google Apps. That way, anybody can get to their information at any time, and they can actually manage the records however they'd like to, using the tools, even from a mobile device like a phone. We've run some pilots, and we've tested some of this technology, and in a little less than a month, I'll be presenting to you our business case for our system. The system will work within Google Drive and hopefully work as much as possible behind the scenes so people don't have to make a record-keeping decision about every email, every document they create. The system will provide the tools that they need to, that constituents need and employees need to manage their information from the moment it is created until it's either published, archived, or destroyed. So I've been working on that. I've been working on Colorado open records requests and processes, litigation requests. Been working with the whole group as a whole to form the group, which has been a wonderful experience because we're defining who BITS is, and that has been extremely rewarding. So I'm poised and ready to go with the system I was hired to manage, and very much looking forward to helping the county get more efficient in the way it manages records. Unfortunately, right now it's managing records like they used to do in the 90s, which is when we were all kind of like growing up in the industry, so everybody's comfortable with that. But there's a lot better way to do things.
At least it wasn't the 80s. There's no disco to worry about.
And big hair.
Or the 1800s.
We got some of that too.
We do have some of that.
Questions, observations?
Oh.
So I have visions of my personal email account and my county email account are merged. So when I open my email, everything is there. And I keep having visions of getting caught like Hillary Clinton with this confusion of, you know, having my personal stuff, which I'll go through every day. I delete a huge amount of stuff off my email every day that's, you know, meaningless. But then I always wonder, well, what should I do with an email like from a citizen to me about a county issue?
That's a record. Those should reside in your county account. If they're not already in your county account, forward them to your county account. And that's what I tell everybody that uses two accounts like that. There are instances where personal accounts need to be used. You can't get to your government account or whatever. In that case, you should forward all government business emails, which is your basic rule of thumb.
They're merged. Now what I've done, I created a file with county stuff, and I'll move stuff into that. So it's saved. Even though I'll probably never look at most of it again, it's saved in there. Now, is that what I should be doing, or what? Is there a better way?
There's probably a more efficient way. What we can do is get with you when you have some time, and we can go through your whole email setup, and we can help you get it normalized, if you will.
Let me ask, might be a follow-up to what you're saying. If someone were to write to me care of Pitkin County address, it's bounced to my home machine and my Comcast address, and then I read it when I'm on the road or wherever. Would, because someone had sent to Pitkin County to begin with, it's already archived before it was bounced, you don't need to send it back to be archived?
You wouldn't need to, no.
Right, you wouldn't need to, because it's been archived since it was mailed to me care of Pitkin County to begin with, so it's in the records appropriately.
If it's in your PitkinCounty.com account,
Yes.
it's saved.
Okay, even if then it bounces to my Comcast and I read it through Comcast.
Now, if you reply from your Comcast account, you should CC your Pitkin County account.
Okay.
So the way it is set up is that we're going to manage our email automatically as long as it's in that Pitkin County account. So anything that's outside of that account should either be CC'd if you're sending something out or forwarded to your Pickett County account.
So that's one thing I didn't know if I would reply to something. I don't know if it's my Pickett County account or my personal account that's actually the one doing the response.
We can show you how to see that.
So I think we should have a lesson on that and a cheat sheet of procedures
more
that
than
we
happy
need
to
to
do
follow. I mean, I don't anticipate getting in this kind of situation Hillary Clinton is in, but
One
I
never
do want to
knows.
do it correctly. And
Well, when I first came on the board in 1999, everything came to my home computer, and we got subpoenaed shortly thereafter. And rather than go through and, you know, itemize which one had to go, which one had to stay, we just did hard copies of everything for the person subpoenaing the information. And I let them have my mother's spaghetti sauce recipe and chicken enchilada recipe, because I didn't have the time to go through it, and I didn't really have anything to hide with those personal emails, and I'm hoping they're enjoying those recipes.
Which is why I
Because
say.
they didn't kick them out, they kept them, so.
We can help you with your email management system that you're using now. We can help you.
That would probably
Make it
be
more effective
beneficial.
and faster and easier to use. So we'll schedule some time and go through that.
Great, thanks.
Very good.
Any other questions?
Another project for you guys.
Great, thank you.
My name is Jeff Pierce. I'm Pitkin County's Translator System Supervisor. I take care of the FM and television translators that are located on the mountaintops.
And the occasional customer that calls to complain.
Yes.
Do you get to ride in the helicopters?
Oh, yes.
I'm really jealous, I want your job. I also want to know, do you have to be named Jeff to work somewhere in this department?
Yes, you do.
Like John
Like
from
John
John
and
Jeff?
Jeff, yeah. We're gonna put a limit on hiring anyone
And
with
how long
those
have you been
names.
with the county now?
Since July of 2014. I've been a professional broadcast engineer since 1970. Been at it a long time.
Well, we appreciate your role, and especially if we're able to move broadband forward a little more, and become more integral to our operations.
Yeah, I'm partially involved in broadband also. The facilities that Translator has, the broadband folks will share as well.
As well as public safety.
Yes.
Yep.
The
It's gonna be project.
translator has been the backbone upon which we built the communications across the entire valley, so.
Fortunately, we rebuilt a few of those towers before we got here. They were getting pretty bad.
so how much of your time would you say you're out in the field, up on one of the hilltops at a translator site, or visiting a resident who has a question and you're giving them technical advice, or?
I don't normally visit residents, but if they call me on the telephone, I'll answer their questions and try to give them some guidance about reception issues. In the good weather like this, I may be in the field 20 or 30% of the time. John's directive to me when I hired on here was to raise the level of the advanced technology and translators. And what I'm working on now is we will eventually replace all of the existing translators that do not have internet control with translators that do have internet control. If a translator goes off the air, it will send us an email or in one way or another inform us that I'm off the air and I need some help. Instead, that relieves us from the responsibility of having to go to every translator site and check everything.
Yeah.
All the time we should go there is if there's a problem that needs to be dealt with.
Because at this point in time, we only have one site that requires a helicopter access year-round.
Yeah.
And that's Elephant Mountain.
Right.
And
So recently there was a resident of the Crystal Valley who's retired and didn't have anything else to do but
Yes.
complain about his couple of channels that he wasn't getting. And I know that required getting equipment and the helicopter to haul it up to Elephant Mountain.
Well, I haven't gone up there yet because I'm getting conflicting indications of what the problem is. The origin of some of the problems is on Crown. We've had several DirecTV satellite receivers there. They've not failed in the sense that they're not making any audio video, but they received a software download and apparently they couldn't handle it properly, and the receivers are doing all kinds of strange things. And this Friday, there will be a technician from DirecTV with some replacement receivers.
It says 1 minute.
Oh. So it's being worked on. And I've had a couple of telephone conversations with the gentleman, and we've exchanged some emails, and it's okay.
Thanks, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Broderick, and I'm the software developer for the BITS group. Basically, my first tier customers are the team behind me when they interface with all the departments here, and they identify software or technology issues, then they bring those to me. And so some of the things that I've been working on has been the customization and the importation of data into the Ascentus, the HR system. And I'm doing the project development for CSI, the ComDev permitting application. And just this week, I've gotten involved in the broadband initiative as well, given my background. I went to a meeting last night with some homeowners that had some issues around that.
East of Aspen?
Yes. Yeah, so that was really interesting to hear their perspective. And so there's been some other software initiatives we've done. We've done some GIS, just in translating data types to put it out on the web. And I'm doing a facilities proposal for an upgrade to a new product that is an in-house product. Well, it's not an in-house product, but it's a product that's already used in-house called Cartograph. And it takes in GIS natively. And it has another module that would work for facilities. So then we'd have two departments, Public Works and Facilities, using this. And ironically, they also have a new young product for permitting. So if CSI doesn't work out, it might be a good tool to look at. So that's what I do for my team.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Carrie Fleischman, and I am the Admin Services BPA. I was brought on last March, and mainly my background is implementing HRIS systems. I have familiarity with ADP and PeopleSoft, and now Ascentus. We are trying to keep this implementation as plain vanilla as we possibly can, and knock on wood, things seem to be going very smoothly. With this implementation, not only will we have the HR piece, but we'll also have the timekeeping module, performance management, and recruiting, all pieces of the puzzle that'll be very helpful to both HR, finance, and many other departments. So, as Ryan mentioned, as well as Nate, we wear many hats, and we have one goal in mind, and that is to keep our customers happy. So whatever we can do to accomplish that, then that's what we're here for. My other biggest customer would be Health and Human Services, as well as Senior Services, and have been working very closely with Mitzi, Lisa York on the grants to make sure that that runs as smoothly as possible. And, you know, just various other projects, working with those in the referrals team with ways to improve the red team meetings and coordinating all of their notes and putting those into trails more smoothly than just writing it on a piece of paper. So whatever our customers need, we're happy to help, and I'm very happy to be here. So thank you.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
I must have told them everything they ever wanted to hear. No questions.
And speaking of paper, I heard, John, you don't let paper exist in the offices.
Only a little bit.
No Post-its, no.
Actually, we don't have any Post-its. Shameless marketing.
Oh, gosh.
After just talking about paper.
These are great, though.
These are business cards.
That's what John uses. You have to scribble little notes on the back of these business cards.
So I'm Mary Lackner, and oversee the GIS group, and we were just here a couple weeks ago demonstrating the site, and that was a big accomplishment to get a lot of things that we were doing for people and taking a lot of time individually to make that now something that the public can do on their own, and even internal departments are using it as a resource. So with that out the door and functioning, we're going to be focusing more on the things like Jennifer was talking about, integrating with other applications within the county already and making the county business a little smarter using GIS data, which is basically locational data, and practically every department has it. You know, we pull data from the assessor's office, which is all location-based. Everything going into ComDev is location-based. A lot of the clerk's office, you know, is based on address information. As you know, we just hired a new addressing person. So those are the kinds of things that we're going to be doing now. And then, of course, we have this great new site.
We like these cards.
I think it's great. This new program is really going to free up a lot of your time for other endeavors.
Yes.
So just out of curiosity, how many other board members went on to
Make a map? I did not.
to look on the site? I went right on the site, I think, that evening after.
And
you
how
did
many
your-
hours did you spend?
Well, not too long. I actually just specified the lot that I'm living on and did some of the things just to see, you know, become a little bit familiar with the system. And then I haven't had a chance to go back since, but I haven't really had a need to either, so.
And Steve, I'd just plug for the public, this is a really powerful tool. I figured out how to use it relatively quickly, which you guys all know about my challenges learning to do those things quickly. But the tool has really allowed us to make free services we previously had to charge for or used to charge for. It's a very easy tool if you need to make a mailing list or you want information on a specific piece of property. It's much more user-friendly and encourage folks to go out. I was looking for the website. I guess it's
right there on the front.
On the back.
Pickin' Maps and More.
pickinmapsandmore.com, all one word.
I'm going to play with this next week when I have some time on my hands, when I can get totally sucked
Yeah, you'll
in.
have some time on your
I have
hands.
some time on my hands. Looking at my computer. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Alex Durant. I am the Public Safety GIS Addressing Analyst. Pretty new position. I've been here for about a month.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Where did you come from?
I was down at a 911 center in south of Denver, in Douglas, in Arapahoe County, called Metcom.
Excellent.
You like it up here in the mountains?
I love it in the mountains. And in a previous life before that, I had been a resident firefighter in Grand County. So the opportunity to get back into the mountains, into a resort area, was very high on my priority list.
So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I just spent some time in the mountains of Southern California, and they have it's a resort area, and they have a significant reverse 911 system set up because they have huge forest fires there. And talking with my mom after I got back, she wondered if there was any information in the resort areas, like the hotel rooms or the cabins where we were staying, as to what to do in a disaster. And she wondered if you had to sign in when you checked in at the front desk, give them your cell phone number, so if there was an emergency in the area, they could do reverse. Do we do that here? Wouldn't that be a great idea to have the hotels put you onto the reverse 911?
For temporarily?
I don't know. Could you do it on a temporary, so when you're here visiting in the community, if we had an emergency issue?
The tool, I think, that would probably be easier to sign up for and manage is the pick and alert system, where folks can go on to it.
Right, but I'm saying if hotels, when you checked in, folk, directed people to do that. So when they took the day and were hiking the Bells or going up Independence Pass, they would, have, if you had cell phone service up there, but I don't know if the hotels do that. Do you have any idea? Would that be something we might want to?
We could also check with the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, that'd be.
Start there. And see
I
what
thought
they
that was
think.
kind of an interesting idea that my 90-year-old mother came up with.
That's a really great idea. I've seen other public safety alerting features. If you've ever driven through western Kansas when there's been a tornado warning, we can buzz everybody's phone. And I'm unsure if that's done through Everbridge or through a different system. We can certainly look into it. But if we could, take the county and alert every cell phone that's currently in the county to an emergency, that would probably do the same thing without having to
That'd be interesting.
try and have somebody visiting for a night try and sign in or
Sign back out.
or
So
sign
I
back
didn't know
out.
you could do that. You can just do a buzz, like a tornado warning, but it's on your cell phone?
I believe you can do a push notification like that. The specific setup is not something I've worked with before, but we can certainly look into seeing if that's feasible or not.
I thought that might be it. We might want to talk to emergency management and see what kind of, I just thought that was an interesting idea.
Mhm.
We were there during a fire, not this year, a couple years ago, and the Forest Service was in front of the grocery stores. We had, booths set up to do public education because there was a fire encroaching and we weren't sure if we were gonna have to be evacuated. And they had us all sign up, but that only captured this small audience. And so if they could reach out to the marinas that are on the lake and the hotels and that, like we would have here, I think that'd be a great public service.
Absolutely.
There may be commercial products that do that, so we will
Another
look
project
into
for your list.
it. We have plenty of resources to put on projects.
He's only been here a month, let's give him some.
They don't need to go home and sleep or read or anything.
So do you have any communication with GPS mapping services like MapQuest for helping people who are searching for an address on their GPS and they're totally lost?
Of course, being in a very rural area, it seems like we tend to be a little lower on the refresh list than some other areas. Might be a question that Mary might have more experience with than myself. I know Google Maps used to have something called Map Maker where you could log in and essentially update maps. Unfortunately, that service has been temporarily disabled by them due to some abuses they had in other places. It's certainly something we can look at doing as far as, as the county GIS department is pushing updates to those services. It's not something I've looked at yet.
But those companies could come to you and to get, when they want to update their maps for rural Kent County, they could come to you and get all the latest GIS information.
Well, the good thing is with the new application, they don't need to come to anybody. They can go directly to it and get it.
Just by putting our data out on the net and on our website is a huge step forward, especially compared to some of the other counties that I've worked with, where in my past life, we either had to call the county and ask, or even worse, some counties sell their data, their parcel data, which to me should be open and free public knowledge, but they will not make that GIS data available. But by us making it so easy and so transparent, it definitely helps private mapping companies when they want to come through and update their records for our area. Absolutely, it makes it much easier.
Steve, I think my biggest goal on those mapping things that you can do when you're trying to drive through the Rocky Mountains is to tell people when Independence Pass is open or closed and what size truck you can drive.
I've been spending a fair amount of time over in dispatch being trained on CAD. As part of my job being public safety, I've been becoming very acquainted with the ins and outs of CAD and how our responders and dispatchers are using the data that we modify and create and update downstairs. And it was unbelievable to me how many oversized vehicles they have up there.
They've had a lot, and people who say they don't see the signs or that they were directed there by Google or Google Map or one of those. So, is that the time limit again?
Well, it's amazing what people, and when I was, very quickly, and then I will jump out of the hot seat. When I was actually an undergrad in college, I wrote a paper on people ignoring what would be a common sense, like a gate or a big sign, and following their GPS and driving into a lake or on a snowmobile trail or into a river. It's astounding what technology, what technology has enabled.
How can it usurp the human brain?
Yes, absolutely.
That's funny.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'd actually like to read that paper.
I know. Just piqued my curiosity.
I know. Hi guys, my name's Tyler Lambeth. I've been with
county for a little bit of time, and I'm the cartographic analyst, and thanks for having us today. My direct role is in supporting land records for the assessor's office, as well as the community development department, and as well as actually open space and trails, and collecting a lot of these records out there, whether it be an open space easement, or a lot of, actually one of the big projects in the past has been fishing easements, and people are trying to identify those. But mostly my role here is supporting the assessor in land records, and whenever they are looking at sales maps and doing their assessments. I also do special projects. I actually recognize a map over there I created for the Crystal River scenic designations. So I support a lot of our staff here at Pickens County. When they have an idea in their mind and think that it can be visually represented on a map, they come to me and I provide data to them, or in some cases provide mapping as well. And one of the big things the Pickens Maps and More has taken for me would be a lot of opening up a lot of my time to help improve our land records database all across the county. And Alex also mentioned that since our data is being pushed out there for free, people are using it. We've got undergrads, putting this stuff into major projects, and hoping to see it turned around and shown to us and how it can be used, and new ideas out there.
Great idea.
As well as also trying to get feedback on people seeing like maybe land records that are incorrect, and helping to clean up our mining claims and things like that. So freed up a lot of time for me to do that stuff.
I would point out too that Tyler came across with Mary from GIS at the city. So he's only been at the county a short time, but he went with the city GIS how long?
12 years, and in my 12 years with that, I've the entire time was supporting Pickens County staff, so it wasn't a huge transition or a jump over. And actually, one of the best parts of the transition and the jump is this team behind me, and how everybody bounces ideas off each other. It's not just a keep your head down and get through your projects. It's like, how could we improve this? Like, do you have any ideas? Like, what kind of technologies do you guys see out there that are helping to improve these processes? So it's a team. We are in a major, it's a fun environment downstairs down in our catacomb. So
That's what it is.
Yeah.
We're working on that too.
Exactly.
It's our next project.
Yeah, thanks for having us today.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I'm the last person?
Come on up.
I'm Jeff Kells. I'm the radio tech. I take care of all the infrastructure for the public safety radio system, the mountaintops, the repeaters, the voters, dispatch consoles, the microwave and leased phone line backhaul that connects it all together, and also for public works and some city of Aspen functions, water, streets, electric, depending. We take care of their infrastructure, sometimes their radios, depending on. Recently there was some change, so some people pay us to look at their stuff, and some have decided not to. That's the basic of what I do.
How long have you been here?
Just shy of 3 years.
Oh.
So are you at all involved in the switch to the state of Colorado, the 800 megahertz?
A little bit.
system on?
Yeah, I've kind of been pushing that since I got here. Trying to get Pickens County to sort of move that way.
We're trying.
Yeah.
Been trying for a couple of years now.
Yeah, well, I mean, you kind of get in a bargain by doing it. You're getting a trunked P25 radio system for a fraction of the cost if you were to put one in yourself. You're getting monitoring, and with the state, if the state's going to take care of the equipment,
Right.
You've just saved yourself huge expense and upgrade and maintenance, and so, I mean, it's really a good bargain, that's for sure, and it's a much more hardy radio system than, was pieced together here in the past.
Right. Right, we just want to make sure people can talk to each other.
Yeah, and well, that's the other thing, it'll be easier for different people to talk to each other, disparate groups will be able to communicate in a much easier, seamless manner through trunk radio.
Do you have any coordination with the RE1's school bus system?
I haven't. There was some literature about some of it that somebody in the past must have done, but I have not.
There were, I used to drive a school bus, and there were some really interesting things that would go on from time to time. One would be if they were trying to reach a bus up on Cattle Creek or way up the Frying Pan or way up the Crystal River from the office in Glenwood Springs, they would, sometimes you'd have a three-way patch to go from there to one school bus to another one to relay a message.
Yeah.
To some remote location.
Well, that's with the public safety, everything's tied together with either phone line or microwave network, so you don't normally have to do that unless you're really, really far out.
But then sometimes when visiting a school bus from a Front Range school district would be in the Roaring Fork Valley, we could talk to them on the radio because they were using the same system and the same frequency.
Yeah. Well, and that's what the 800 is going to be, all the counties
Or if we were
around.
there and there were times when a bus would have a mechanical trouble, and if you were in, I can't even remember the school district now, but maybe in somewhere in Boulder County, we actually had school buses that could radio for help from their school district mechanics because they were on the same radio frequency. So there were some funny little anomalies like that.
Yeah, I suppose somebody planned all that out so that they were all similar and they could at least communicate with each other or get help if you're taking a football team somewhere and you break down. You're kind of stuck if you couldn't, weren't you? And that's how this trunk radio is going to be. It'll allow communication across the state or with various entities that, all the counties surrounding Picken County, for that matter. I mean, as far as public safety or public works.
We're the last one to go to 800 in the region, actually. So how we got to that state, I don't know, but we recognize the problem and we're working with other agencies like the state to fix it.
We were talking about it years ago when I was on the State All Hazard Advisory Committee. We were trying to bring it in, and they were doing, a huge job because of the topography on the Front Range, bringing it in, and it was trying to get it over the hill and into the hills that was the hard part. So between that and then now the new federal effort for FirstNet.
FirstNet, right.
Yeah, that's another one that's going to probably take quite a while to get its feet off the ground. Great, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, that's us. One of the things I provided you on page 2 is a list of things we've done in the last 2 years, just as a subtle reminder of that. While we're consuming resources, we're producing value, and we feel like we're a bargain for the county, and we're all glad to be here. We plan to be here for a while, and if you have any questions, concerns, any desires, you want your email straightened out, let us know, and we'll take care of it.
Rachel?
Yeah, I guess I had two questions coming from reading this and the presentation, and I, like others, really appreciate you guys being here today and
great.
what you do every day, so these are not critical questions at all. But the one question is, who in the flow chart's in charge of our internet security? And have we had hacking attempts that we have fended off? Have people been trying to get in our system or not? Or how do we stay safe with all that public information that we have?
In answer to your first question, our infrastructure provider, ProVelocity, is responsible for network security.
Okay.
And they, like every other organization in the world, really are attacked every day. At this moment, there's probably a good likelihood somebody somewhere is trying to access our systems. That's just the nature of the internet. The security measures that we've taken, in fact, we're internally discussing going to what is called two-factor authentication, which is you sign into your PC with your normal password, and then you take your employee badge probably and run that through a reader, and that gives you much more than twice the security. Because it's very simple for someone to steal your address from Uzbekistan. It's very difficult for them to steal your wallet and take out your employee card. So we're looking at what we can do internally as well as what ProVelocity can do as the external protection.
Thank you for that. And then the other question is kind of broader and philosophical, but since we've made this move from being united with the city, and clearly we weren't getting the responsiveness that we had hoped to for business applications and improving the county's general tech profile. But it seems that this department is almost now as big as the city department was. And are we kind of still on track with the savings? I know some savings we've replowed back into the project, and I appreciate that. But how it almost seems like we've come close to duplicating the same number of personnel.
Well, we've changed our business model significantly, and so what we were getting from our contract with the city previously was the network services that are provided by ProVelocity, as well as our GIS services and
the phone system.
And the phone system, and those services were provided well. Almost everyone you've heard from today, with the exception of GIS, and even that business model is changing, I believe, significantly from what we had, is an additional level of service that we didn't have before. And so where we're seeing the organization's needs is just what you're saying. We weren't necessarily connecting the technology solutions and the business needs right where John started: people, business process, technology. We just didn't have that bridge. We had the network, and then departments were responsible largely for connecting in and providing the applications and support. And it turns out that takes some expertise. The other disadvantage of that, and I think what you heard a lot today, is enterprise solutions, that we're trying to develop technology and solutions and such that work across the whole organization, not on a department by department basis. And so we had a gap in resources to do that. And so what we did was we did take a lot of the savings from how we basically reorganized our service delivery model from ProVelocity with the city, and we started to create business process analysts. A lot of the folks that you see are actually, they're now Pitkin County employees, but were previously city employees. And in some cases, like with community development, we've taken an existing position that was kind of playing that role and brought it into IT, or in the process
fairly
into
clear
IT. So
that
there's growth.
Like
and
this
so
now in IT.
I think if you were to look at the net cost, of providing those base services and this new level of service, we're probably spending more on IT today than we were
before.
when we were, If we were to build the same capacity with our old business model, we'd be spending about $400,000 to $500,000 more a year. And so that's the comparison, and we're still on track with that.
Right.
But are we spending more today? Absolutely. And it's because we wanted to build additional capacity for the organization, and that's what we're doing. And this group, it's new. When you heard a lot of the folks have been here a year, a month, maybe a little bit less. And if you think about it, we weren't completely out of our previous model until February of this year. And so we've really only been fully on our own and fully built out because I think we are fully staffed now. Is that right, John? For the first time, we've been fully staffed for 1 month. Is that right?
That was it.
not even, well, at this point. So this is a new group. We're still integrating, I think, with the county services and figuring out, part of it is us figuring out how to now utilize the talent that we've got at the table, and vice versa, how this talent can help us think differently about how we do our jobs. And so I think we're on track with those expectations. I think you're starting to see that with the maps and more and the demonstrations
Oh,
we
yeah,
got on.
definitely. I mean, as I said, I'm not having a question about it. It's just always
So,
nice to track.
My sense is, yes, we're paying more for information technology. It's for a different business model and a higher level of service, and we're on track with our expectations there.
And some of these, like the radio technician or the communication site managers, those were always existing. They just weren't
Right, they're
organized
public
under
works.
bits.
Yeah, exactly. So different. So you're going to have a lot of functions that were managed in silos that we're trying to bring together, because there's so much convergence, particularly as we look at broadband and radio and our own network needs. So absolutely, we're on track.
Thank you.
I love the name. It's like, when I first heard that, I'm like, what in the heck, what kind of department is that?
It's their fault they voted for it.
I love it, yeah, it's perfect. Sounds like a good candy that you'd get, from Hershey or something.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
really
We really appreciate y'all coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, now, I do have one last question. All of you have been down here, and I presume that all the systems are all just
Running on
humming
their own.
along all by themselves.
Quick, get back to
Or are
work.
you gonna get back downstairs and everything's gonna be all like
now
going the
that-
wrong direction?
Now that we brought them up here to see the light, we might not get them back down there again.
First thing, we'll clear the smoke.
Thank you.
again. We now have an 8 meeting, 5 minutes.
So we're running
5 minute meeting, I think.
well ahead. You're very efficient in getting through today's agenda.
every time, no way.
But we've got a 4 o'clock joint meeting with the city. I don't know if there are any more, I don't know if we finished on open discussion items would be the.
Rachel?
Well, I had a small thing. I know you may have some. I spoke briefly with the new president of Colorado Mountain College
she's
at
great.
Aspen Institute function last week. And I mentioned that we used to, when they had their board meeting up at the Aspen campus, try to set up a joint meeting. And I think it's been a while.
And I don't think we've done it.
I know, I think with Hillary, we had done it, and it was just very interesting what their thoughts were for the Aspen campus, and we had some discussion at that point in time about ways that they could help support the local workforce and the local community. And she said, oh yeah, we'd enjoy doing that again. And so I think that when it fits in the scheduling and when it fits in their schedule, it'd be great. But also, I'm not even sure how to loop it in more with the workforce development task force or through the rural resort region or those items. But we are trying to do more with both, jobs and services for veterans and jobs for those who've been underemployed or unemployed in our community. And I just think it would be good to set up a meeting like that. In the past, we talked to them about, one of the big needs here tends to be well-trained truck mechanics and auto mechanics. And every time the oil and gas industry takes off, it's harder to get a raft of mechanics in the area. And that would be a great skill set for our valley. And others were the potential culinary institute, where people could intern at these world-class restaurants in Aspen and get their certification and things like that. They have a program like that in Keystone. So I just think it'd be interesting to have conversations about what opportunities CMC is opening up for our residents.
She's great. She's a very dynamic lady.
I do not know her well, but
Yeah,
I
she's
did
great.
have that chance. Okay, that's all I had.
Okay.
Do you have anything new for us today?
I was just seeing, and Charlotte may email me here if we have any other applicants for the animal shelter, if you guys wanted us to include an appointment there while we're preparing the grant committee appointment that you already directed.
As long as we don't have any other applicants, I would
I
appoint
think
both
she'd
of
be
those
great,
two
yeah.
applicants
Yeah.
today.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like,
Yeah.
when you look at the qualifications, it's like, you know, a ready-made candidate to be on the animal shelter board. Lots of experience and interest.
Yeah, she'll do a great job. She's out there all the time, so she knows what's going on out there.
Okay.
Well, if we don't have any other applicants at this point, we'll go ahead and prepare a resolution for both of those candidates.
And then we're hosting this meeting in this room.
Right here.
We're hosting me
Yeah,
in
we don't
this
have to
room,
walk
so
over there.
I'm not going to join you up here, obviously, because we won't have room. There, as
Fine, John, as long
sometimes
as you
is the
don't hide
case.
behind the post, you just can't be behind the
Yeah,
post.
right.
No hiding behind it.
There again be some presentations that weren't included in the pack. I apologize, Michael. That's part of our coordination challenge.
I'm not gonna be able to make it anyways.
Oh, you're not going to be at the joint meeting? Okay. So we will have refreshments
Thank you.
brought in, and
So we're going to use PowerPoint, so we'll have this.
we'll have
space
PowerPoint, just so, Rachel, you know.
I'll sit somewhere else, thanks, I'll move the chair too.
Other than
Very
that,
good.
I think you guys get a break
Great,
before.
thanks.
Sounds good, thank you. Thanks, Grassroots.
We'll be back at 4 o'clock.
You'll be back will we see you again at 4?
He eats his candy bars.
Okay.
I'll do the IT.
All right, okay. Grassroots.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the joint work session of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners and the Aspen City Council. We have a good contingency. Do we have all of your report? All of yours? We have 3 out of 5 of ours are here. So welcome to our humble abode over here. And
I can send somebody home, Steve.
Make it even.
Or at least knock out our quorum.
There's a method to our madness in having you come over here since we are discussing facilities. And we wanted you to get to experience one of the reasons why we want to upgrade our facilities here. So the first thing on our agenda is the Rio Grande Recycling Intergovernmental Agreement.
Yeah, Steve, and I'll kick that off. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm John Peacock, County Manager. In front of both bodies today is a proposed intergovernmental agreement on the Rio Grande Recycling Center. The purpose of the meeting today is to get input and questions from both bodies. We're not looking for a decision or commitment on this IGA today, but it's an opportunity for us to introduce the intergovernmental agreement. We have staff from both the city and county who worked on this, who will come up in just a minute to provide a quick overview. Just briefly, this is actually a topic that has kind of come up and gone away for a number of years now. I think actually my first joint meeting after I became the county manager here, 4.5 years ago now, I actually had this topic on it, and then we haven't really talked about it since. I think there's a lot of agreement that it makes sense for us to have a written agreement on how we manage and partner on the Rio Grande Recycling Center. Sorry, so that's a microphone, yeah.
You don't have to push any buttons.
It'll just catch you. You know, and I think generally there's agreement amongst staff on the specifics in here. The one area that I think is going to require more discussion, particularly for the bodies, is paragraph 9, which is the funding portion. In visiting with city staff, this is an item that will be discussed through the city's budget process, which is exactly what the county would request on the flip side of an agreement like this. And so there will be some opportunities for you to be visiting with our staff and your staff regarding those questions between now and whatever your budget calendar, I think, dictates. So this is our first chance to get together and talk about it. It's our first chance to hear what kind of questions or concerns you all might have that we might want to address with revisions. And with that, I'd invite staff from city and county to come up and provide an overview.
Hi, I'm Kathy Hall, Solid Waste Manager for Bacon County.
I'm Liz O'Connell. I am a Senior Environmental Health Specialist, and I run the waste reduction programs for the City of Aspen.
So we thought we'd just go through and kind of just, this is a draft IGA. As John mentioned, we're not looking for answers today or decisions today, but we put together kind of what we thought an intergovernmental agreement would look like. So we're just going to run through that kind of step by step, and I'll turn over to Liz to start off.
So the first part of it is, as it stands right now, Picken County manages the contract with Waste Management. So they negotiated that contract, and that is good until April of 2019. And Picken County was kind enough to let me have some input as they went through that, but it was actually negotiated between Picken County and the City of Aspen. And that would be something that we would want to change going forward so that we were equal partners in partnering with whatever private contractor we were going to have service the Rio Grande. So that's the recital number 1. And then number 2, the signage around the property, because it's actually on a City of Aspen park, we want to be clear that that responsibility lies with city and city staff, and we want to clear it with the park's aesthetics, make sure that it meets all of the requirements we have for parks all around town, and make sure we've got a consistent look as well as an educational message. And there needs to be signage on the bins as well. The way that the City of Aspen's ordinance is written, that responsibility falls to the contractor. And so city staff and the contractor staff and Picken County staff would make any changes as we see fit. As problems arise or the system changes, we would work with them to make sure that the signage on the bins themselves, which would be the property of the contractor, would be reflective of what the most current instructions are. So that is recital 2. Recital 3 is talking about a program that we've had for many years down at the Rio Grande Recycling Center, which is special collections for alkaline batteries and Christmas lights. So the household batteries, there's 2 small containers down there if you guys have ever been down to the Rio Grande. I let the county know whenever they're full, and they periodically check them. They're in town frequently, and so the Solid Waste Center staff is always checking them, and then they haul those away and dispose of them responsibly, whether it's recycling or not. And then that's also true for the seasonal collection of Christmas lights or holiday lights. We put out a bin there, we put some advertising out, and Picken County collects those to be recycled. And we want to continue doing that. And number 4 talks about the outreach and education. Both entities do a lot of education and outreach around waste reduction and recycling. We would continue to partner in that regard and let each body decide what they wanted to spend their education efforts on. We're not looking to have that spelled out in the recital specifically, just that both bodies, both entities would take part in educating the public about using the place. Also, we have a leaf in the fall, it's a leaf bin. In the spring, it's a grass bin. It's the same bin. Collecting organic materials. And the way we've coordinated that is city staff works with the solid waste center staff about the timing. When is the snow melted? When are the leaves on the ground? Then we put that bin out there. Since in this, we don't allow yard waste to be put into the landfill as part of our waste reduction efforts. So we provide residents with a way of getting rid of those materials seasonally. And we would continue to do that. The way we've worked that is they provide the bin, they come down, they haul it away. We pay, the city pays for the cost of disposing of that organic material, which is considerably less expensive than disposing of regular trash. And I'll let Kathy go from here.
So again, number 6, we will continue to work together to set up the annual Christmas tree drop. So starting the period around the day after Christmas through about mid-January, we have a Christmas tree drop, and this county contracts to have that material chipped and then hauled to the landfill for our use in our composting process. The COA, or City of Aspen, will be responsible for the following: to provide enforcement of parking violations and illegally dumped waste, road surface maintenance, including repairing the potholes, surface grading when needed, to plow the driving areas, remove snow from the city-owned sidewalks in front of the recycle center, and maintain and operate the stormwater system, which sits right there underneath in a vault, the doors, the monitoring stations, and the other associated elements. The city will also be notified at least 60 days in advance of any proposed rate changes for the recycling contract in the event Waste Management should change the cost it does to pull it out that's outside of their contracted rate, as well as rate changes for cleanup and disposal fees. We often partner with, Liz will let us know if there's illegally dumped materials, and we'll go down and pick them up. And we charge a cleanup fee, and Liz has been very, very good at catching these people on camera and recovering these fees. And then number 9, this is kind of the meat and potatoes of the IGA. We're looking at perhaps, again, your decision, January 1st, 2016, the cost of the collection contract will be split between Pitkin County and the City of Aspen. And we're just proposing a 50-50 cut. Right now, we're looking at it's probably going to cost $150,000, probably more this year, just to pull material, recyclable material, out of the Rio Grande Center. We'll have a better idea of those costs in the next couple of months, actually, what we're going to be. So, and if the cost should exceed this amount, or whatever amount we finally determine, we will come to the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners and the Aspen Council to renegotiate that cost sharing agreement. So to give you an idea how we calculated this cost, it includes the contracted base rate for Waste Management to collect 12 6-cubic-yard bins 3 times weekly. However, we know at this point in time it happens more. We hit busy seasons where we need to put more bins down there. We need to have daily collections just to satisfy the need to keep the material off the ground. So, and then any other additional service required during peak usage, such as cleaning, putting in the glass collection bin. We have a separate glass collection bin. But just as a note, we've seen about a 30% increase since we went single stream down there. We've seen a 30% increase in the recyclables we've collected. So it's been very popular. It's been very successful. So I'll close it there.
You saw that coming.
Questions? Rachel?
Yeah, Kathy, I'm just kind of asking this broadly, but when you first arrived here, working with us, there were a lot of times when the loads from the recycle center had to be rejected because people were throwing regular trash in. Has single stream and the change in the bin format kind of helped reduce that problem?
Yeah, we saw a drop in, they're not getting a high contamination rate. Usually, generally in single stream, you see about a 15 to 20% contamination rate in the material. However, Waste Management is indicating we're down to about 10%. City of Aspen's enforcement measures have made a big improvement. So the cameras and watching those cameras. And Waste Management's also, because they can't see into the bins, they front load dump them.
Right.
But they've been letting us know, hey, you're getting something down there, food waste, so.
That we're not allowed to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The other thing I want to commend you on is the beginning of our summer season, of our event season, there were some issues with the dumpsters, because, you know, I walk that way, because I walk to town all the time, and most of the time. And I noticed that there was a lot of cardboard overflowing and things were overflowing, and I really haven't seen that as a problem as the summer has proceeded. And that's great, I mean, because it's very clean and the landscaping is very nice. It's very presentable and user-friendly. And I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Steve?
Liz, do you concur with .9? How it should be split?
I think that it's too early to talk about .9. One of the things that became really evident when we started the solid waste assessment that we're doing as a joint project is that the Rio Grande Recycling Center in practicality is the only real drop-off center that gets utilized by the citizens of Pickens County. There is one available in Redstone, but that's primarily only used by the people that live up that way. And then there's also one at Pickens County that's easy to use and free, but doesn't get the kind of traffic that we get here. For a number of different reasons, people are reluctant to drive up to the landfill, and so they'll save that until they have a reason to come into Aspen. And so part of the problem with number 9 from the city's point of view is we feel like until that kind of facility is more widely available across Pickens County, and those costs are shared with other governing boards of the county, it's an undue, unfair burden on Aspen to take on that cost sharing. Because right now, it's really the only easy place that most people use within the county.
Okay.
Can I clarify on that a little bit?
Yeah, I want to check onto that too.
There's a big issue in front of you coming up of trying to reduce the waste that we produce in this county. I mean, despite all of the recycling efforts that we have, we don't recycle a great deal in this community. And I think both boards have told their staff to try and increase this. So we are in the process of a multi-year effort to increase the amount of waste reduction that we do. We have just partnered on a waste analysis that just got started. I think some of you were invited out there to watch them empty the trucks. And so we cost shared on that. But I think this is a small piece of a much larger issue that's going to come back before the boards next year, the year after, something like that. That's going to be seeking to increase the amount of materials that we divert from the landfill and actually get recycled. And the recycle industry is changing a lot right now. The market's changing a lot. There's, from what I understand, very little market for glass. So we've got a lot of changes in front of us. So I think our point of view is just that this might be a bit premature, not that City of Aspen participation from a funding standpoint in the bigger picture is out of the question. In fact, we might wind up paying more than this. It's just it's a big picture, not just this.
Steve, you're suggesting something like .9 should follow an analysis of some kind that allows us to come up with a plan rather than us considering a one-off budget request.
But I have agreed with the county manager that they'll be able to make a presentation to the city council during your upcoming budget process, so you can consider it again then.
Are we asking then that the IGA before us modify .9? Or
I don't know. I don't think they're looking for a thumbs up, thumbs down tonight.
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in. I think what we're looking for tonight, Steve, is one, what kind of information you all might require to help sort out the answer to that number 9, so that if we did want to modify it from, you know, what's been suggested, we know what information to bring to you and what other things you see that may need to be included or whatnot. You know, I think the county's perspective is, you know, part of it is parity with the other municipalities, as Liz was saying. You know, that's, I think, the city's concern too. Right now, Snowmass is covering 100% of theirs, Basalt for Went, but there is kind of also, we both have constituencies that are using this, and we've been successful in partnering to provide this amenity that I think is important to the values of both entities. I think the cost share has been something that's kind of been on the table for a long time, but just hasn't really reached resolution. I agree fully with what Steve's saying. I do think we have a bigger discussion ahead of us that is probably going to be a whole new world. In the meantime, we're still doing this other thing that we're looking for some agreement on. So tonight, I think if you could give us some guidance, what information would help you to a decision point, then we can bring it back to you.
This is what would help me, and this is perhaps for Liz and Kathy. It is perhaps the framework, not necessarily the entire plan, but the framework of what the comprehensive analysis would look like that's going to lead us towards the recycling program that achieves our long-term goals, recycling or waste reduction.
Zero waste management.
Is that what we're calling zero waste management? That's what I like. Because Liz, I don't know that we've actually delved into this as deeply as we have other subjects at the council table. Maybe
We
it's
have
time.
not.
Yeah.
We have not. But we could.
So it's time, and I guess I need to know what success looks like, and then what the steps takes to get there.
So,
Patty, and then Ann.
It's my understanding that this next process, this zero waste management, is a 2 to 3 year out kind of a study.
Patty, can you define, what is that? What do we mean? What does that mean, zero waste management?
Well,
We've had the discussion, but.
Yeah. We're having, a lot of discussions on kind of what to call it. Liz brought up a good point. Zero waste sets up for disappointment. We're never going to get to zero waste as we stand right now. But what we're looking at in this plan is we did the waste sort out at the landfill. We're going to do another one in October. And it's pulling out trash and seeing how much recycling is in there, how much food waste is in there. We had a number of categories. So what the consultants are looking at now, they're breaking down all that data. We'll do it again in October when the tourist season slows down. And then she's going to come back to us and say, all right, this is what we have in the trash. Phase 2 will be developing that plan of how we get that divertible material out of the trash. So really next year we'll be looking at kind of, do we need more event planning, all those sorts of specifics. And we'll set a goal. Do we want to be 50% diversion rate by a certain year? And that's where Phase 2 will set that.
Okay.
So let me continue because, and looking at the information in this agenda item that we got, summary, there's some statistics on the use, the county residents versus city residents.
Well, there are some very preliminary
Right,
statistics.
but there's a start, and it's showing us kind of a split from what I'm reading in front of me.
Yes.
And so, and the fact that it's also my understanding that Pickett County has been funding this operation for 15 years without any financial assistance. So I think that it would be great, and I agree that it should come back in the city budget process, just like we would bring it back in our budget process, to really look at some kind of cost sharing. And I don't think it really necessitates waiting 2 or 3 years out for this nomenclature zero waste study. I think it's something that for the next couple of years we can, get some financial assistance in managing and operating this facility. And then we're going to come back and revisit the whole picture in the future anyway, and then we can revisit the financial aspects. But I speaking from the county side, would greatly appreciate the city looking at some kind of financial assistance in managing this, since the county's been operating it for 15 years on our own.
Yeah.
Part of the discussion.
So a couple of clarifications and also a request. If you guys could let me know when you're doing that sorting demonstration again in October, because I was out of town so sorry to have missed it.
It was really interesting. Actually, it was really interesting.
No, I'm sure it was. I actually enjoy going up there and watch what they're doing. So, yeah, let me know on that. The study. So we do have a study in process, according to the memo.
Yes.
And that should be done.
We'll have the Phase
2016.
1 report in February of 2016.
And is this addressing some of the stuff that Steve was talking about? This big
Yeah,
picture?
part of that, in addition to the waste analysis, the consultants have reached out to the stakeholders, primarily the waste haulers, and they're getting information from them about what are their numbers, what are their barriers, what are the incentives that they need to help us in this moving towards a waste reduction, whether we call it zero waste or call it something else. Zero waste is the term that most cities, and that's become the industry standard to mean getting to as close to zero as possible, but you don't ever get to zero.
Yeah, I think actually Denmark is one of the countries that's about as close as you can get to absolutely no trash collection. It's all recycled. So in the memo it says no county tax or general fund dollars are used for the costs associated with managing. So where's the money coming from?
The landfill's an enterprise fund, so we essentially operate as close to a business as a county can have. So it's all out of the enterprise fund at the landfill.
Oh, okay.
So it's from the
is that coming
revenues we generate.
Oh, okay. Okay. So is it a tax that, and is funding into that?
It's disposal fees. So when you go to throw trash
okay.
away, it's all generated from
Oh, okay.
the
Okay.
disposal
Yeah,
materials.
plus people purchase aggregate, big volumes of compost.
Compost, yes.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, so the centers, I know there used to be one in Basalt. So right now, Snowmass has its own and pays for its own center. And Rio Grande is the only other recycle center in
April of 2014,
In
when we switched over to the private contractor, we approached Basalt about a cost sharing. Basalt opted to not use their center any longer. Waste Management opened up a public drop-off at their Willits transfer station.
Okay. And what's the annual cost? It says it was previously $350,000 annually.
Correct.
So what?
We're probably looking at about 210 to 220 this year.
Oh.
It's just the growth, I said, we've got 30% more just at the Rio Grande in recycling. And it's just, we've gotten so much more, we have to haul out so much more.
Right, right.
One of the things about the Basalt situation is the waste management facility is only open from 9 a.m. until 3 or 5 p.m. Those hours have fluctuated. And we find that a lot of people use the Rio Grande before work or after work or on weekends. And we have seen a 30% increase in materials at the Rio since we switched, but that was simultaneous with the free drop-off center at Basalt going away. So teasing out, is that because single stream is easier and takes more product, or is it because there's one less place to go? We don't have a clear answer to that.
And how much, just one last question, and how much time do you spend on your?
It takes 20 to 30% of my time. And so that would be another thing that, Patty has said that the county's been paying for it. They've been paying entirely for the removal of all those all of that. But in terms of like the things listed in that recital number 7, that's all been paid for by the city, and that includes my time. And it takes a lot of time. I've been very successful in reducing the illegal use of the Rio. Part of that is because we spent money improving the cameras, and part of that is because it's become a larger part of my job.
Right, and like Patty, I called you consistently when it first started because it
Yes.
just wasn't working the
Yes.
way it was supposed to, and
it certainly
working
took a while for
perfectly.
everyone to get the hang of it. But it looks like we have done it smoothly. And by and large, one of the things that we didn't include in the memo, when we did our survey in 2014, most people were really excited to have the access to single stream. Most people found that to be a benefit. They found that to be an improvement.
Can I just ask real quick, is there recycling in Glenwood?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people I know that work up here, that live down there, do take their recycling to Glenwood. Because it's convenient there too.
Yeah.
Rachel?
You were done, Ann?
Yeah, I'm done, thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, I kind of sat on both sides of the table for this one, and I was on the city council when we instituted the program to require the waste haulers to include recycling pickup at no additional cost. And I remember some pretty strong debates even then about whether we would keep the Rio Grande because everyone should be getting pickup. And there was a lot of the commercial properties in particular came in to say, wait a second, we're very comfortable recycling our own. And it was more the Gantt would run things down in their van, and Sandy's Office Supply, another great example, a lot of boxes that they would just bring over. So it's both residential and commercial, but also the volume which commercial can bring in can be so much more than a residential. I used to work at Aspen Activities. We do advertising distribution, and so the brochures at the end of the season and magazines at the end of the season, you know, we try to take as many as we could straight up to Jack Gredig Lane, but sometimes they'd end up here at the recycle center, and that was a business throughout the community, even though it was centered in Aspen. But having been on this side as well, really could see the shift in what has happened in the markets, where, as you've said, you know, you used to be able to turn maybe a dime on your recyclables. You can't now. We're just so far away from the marketplaces. There's no paper mills nearby that are going to reprocess your newspapers. And there's not really much use for the glass. In a lot of places, the glass is being crushed and then using as daily cover or other activities at a landfill. And so the county, from my understanding, which only goes back about 8 years, had always subsidized this from their other revenues coming in. And so it's always been a subsidized operation at some level, but when the commodities market went to the bottom of the barrel, the subsidy became massive, just massive. And you know, I know when the county first approached the city about discussing this not too long ago, and it may have been Adam, it may have been someone else, the fellow with the ski company, but who asked, well, wait a second, there's a transfer in your budget here to the general fund of the county, what's going on? And you know, it was when Hillary was manager and coming out of the 91 financial crisis, or excuse me, the 2001, they had made that a part of the program. That has been eliminated. Our general fund has not made any, received any contribution from the enterprise fund now for a period of years. There was some repayment of equipment, so there's some accounting that went with it, but there's no money coming from that. And then again, it is an enterprise fund, and I'm trying to think what the city may have had. Your utilities may be an enterprise fund. I don't know if you, or the golf course, was that what we had set up as an enterprise?
Golf course, all of the utilities, stormwater, electric, water.
So you guys understand the dynamic. It is not supported by anybody's property taxes or anybody's sales taxes. It is just, it has to pay for itself as a service, or it kind of goes away. And the big challenge is for us at a long-term level, and why waste reduction is so important is because there probably won't be a new landfill facility anywhere in Pickens County. You're just not going to find a place to site that in the future. And so once this landfill does hit the end of its life, everyone's going to be paying to have it hauled to Glenwood Springs or further. And so the price is, so that extending the life of the landfill is in everybody's best interest and all of our ratepayers' best interest. But beyond those management issues, we have to save a significant amount of money for the closure procedures, that it will be monitored forever. And it does not go away because you've closed it. The groundwater, methane abatement, you know, leachate, things like that. So we have to watch that bottom line there a little more differently. It's going to have money left over. And when it does eventually close, maybe it will become more of a transfer station for recyclables. Perhaps not. Perhaps it'll go all the way down valley. We find it to be just a really rapidly changing market. And you see Eagle County put in this great MRF facility. They're going to handle everything, and they thought they had a good budget pro forma set up for it, and then certain haulers decide to go somewhere else when it's cheaper. And we have that same dynamic. We can't charge beyond a certain rate, otherwise people say, oh, it's okay, I'll drive it down to West Canyon. And then we've hurt ourselves in the bottom line when people choose not to. So we have to be priced competitively within the market. So anyhow, we're not going to settle it all tonight, but those are the reasons the county is having to look at what is the cost of this, what is the benefit. We certainly hear from people at times that you'd rather have more basketball courts and skate parks there anyhow and not really want a continued recycle center. But I don't know what the broader sentiment is. The one thing I'd say that is different is our haulers in the county, as per the memo, are required to pick up recycling if you ask for it, but they're not required to give it to you unless you ask for it. You know, it's not an additional fee if you ask for it. It just was very confusing, but it's not quite the same as the cities where they have to give you a blue box no matter what, whether you bother to fill it with recycling or not.
I have several thoughts about the issue. First of all, I hardly ever bring my car into Aspen. I ride raft into Aspen. My trash does not come here from Down Valley. We usually take ours to Willits because our stuff's all sorted at home. You know, newspapers go there, white paper goes in a place, cans and bottles go in one place, and it would break my heart to pour it all into a single stream thing. When Waste Management would rather have it separated and delivered to their separate bins at Willits. So that's where we typically go. Occasionally we'll drop it at the landfill, but I'm not going to start hauling it in on RAFTA. But the thought crossed my mind, I wonder how many people from Garfield County and Eagle County are bringing their trash or their recycling up and dropping it off down here. And I think that would be a good thing to try to get a feel for how many out-of-county users are there of the Rio Grande Lock. My goal is to have zero waste at our landfill and extend the life of the landfill forever and not have to look for a transfer station, taking it somewhere else. The country of Sweden actually imports trash from other countries because they generate a lot of their electricity from either incinerating or I don't know what process they use, but
You're not suggesting we ship our waste to Sweden, right?
No.
I just want to make sure.
So I think, that's the ultimate goal. The zero waste thing is where we're striving to get there, and how, there's different means we can use to get there. I had a conversation with Alan Harvey, who's a Carbondale Town trustee, and they're having an issue with people bringing yard waste into Carbondale and dumping it along the streets when they are doing their pickup for yard waste. And he actually wanted me to investigate, the possibility of working something out, bringing their compostable stuff up to the Picken County landfill from Carbondale. So I think if we broaden our view of it and not just look at, this discussion between the city of Aspen and Picken County, but let's bring Basalt and Carbondale into the discussion, and maybe there's a more regional, broader solution to some of these issues. So we do want to provide opportunity for any other members of the audience or the public, and I know I have at least Tony wants to weigh in on this. So Tony, give you a couple minutes.
Bert. I want to weigh in at some point. That's okay.
You should go now.
Should I go now?
Sure.
I'll try not to be too far out there tonight. But as I'm new at all this, it seems like the city is part of the county, so I'm a little confused why we would pay something separate or in addition to what the county's, if there's a business model that works for the whole county, I think that, to me, that makes more sense. And that way it incorporates Snowmass, whether they want to participate or not, and Basalt, and these other places. And as far as IGAs, I think it makes sense to have an IGA for the site. So the city's lending the site, the city's lending the plowing, the video, the monitoring. I think there's certainly, and maybe the other, this would be a model IGA for Snowmass and for Basalt as well. But the question for me gets sort of a bigger one is, if recycling's not sustainable, if we get to a zero waste, which is your goal, and 100% of what we have is there's still an expense to operate this program. And so we need to have that covered somehow. And if we're not covering, we need to, I don't know how to cover it, but that should be part of the conversation. If our goal is to get to where we want to get to and we achieve our goal, we need to have a path to pay for that. So, and right now, it's being paid for in part by the things that we are trying to phase out, which is whatever percentages that's not recyclable. So in an ideal world, our success leads us to a place where we have no revenue. So that's something that I would like to see. Your question for us tonight wasn't whether we agree or disagree with this. It was questions for when you come back. And so that's something that I'd like to better understand is if we achieve what we want to achieve, what's going to be, how do we fund that? And do we need to have that sort of in process now? It's not something I want to think about once we get to success.
Rachel?
I think those are great questions. I mean, to me, that says we should, when our next discussion occurs, have it in the general budget of the, presented to you guys of the landfill as well, so you have an idea. I guess I'm not perceiving that you would get to a point where you would have zero composting, which we sell, with the food waste, as well as aggregate material and demolition material and things like that. So you'll probably have some revenue source continuing going forward. And just to be clear, Snowmass are covering 100% of their costs. So they are part of a program now.
Right.
They're part of a separate IGA. And Basalt said they really it wasn't a priority for them. And they were having far too much trouble with the site, with people jumping TVs and mattresses and everything else. And they said people can go to Willits, or they can have it picked up by their hauler. And they just were not as interested in actually having a drop-off site. As I said before, the city was really deliberate about wanting to keep it as a safety valve for its businesses, and not feeling that the alleys could contain more compactors. That was the other thing. The alleys were just so crowded that because Wally's Recycling used to be here and all these businesses that would pick up right out of the alleys, but they're not finding the same profit model either, and the city just didn't want more facilities in the alley.
Yeah. So I think we are definitely a partner, as we're part of the county. So I think we're on the same page of wanting to extend the landfill life and wanting to have more recyclables. The 30% increase, I'd like to know sort of next time what the numbers are if we get from 30 to 60 or whatever. If we are successful on our path, what happens? And there's only so far you can raise the fees that are paying for the things that we want, the negative thing to pay for the positive thing, because at some point people will drive further. So those are all pieces that I'd like to better understand, I think, for the next time. Rachel mentioned budgeting for closing. Hopefully that's being done now, so that's included in the costs, so it doesn't come up as a crisis down the road. And other questions? I think those are my questions.
Yeah. The last comment. I think the hardest part for me and in general has been that recycling isn't free. We'd all like to think it's free. And I'm doing my part because I recycle, but everybody forgot the reduce and the reuse and then recycle part of the triad. And believe you me, it's been a hard experience on this side of the table to listen to our landfill manager or Brian Pettit, Public Works manager, say, when are you guys going to start charging for recycling? Because everybody wants to do it, but somebody's got to pay for it, or something's got to pay for it.
Yeah. We should have that conversation.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah. Currently, what's the current life of the landfill?
Yeah.
As we sit today, 17 to 18 years, we are working on a 10-year expansion. We'll add another 10 years to it. So.
And that's just from acquiring more land or actually doing something that
We own the land.
supply?
Yeah, it's a horizontal, or it's a lateral expansion, we call it. So
Okay.
we own the property. It's just an area we're going to fill that hasn't been permitted to fill.
So if people's behavior doesn't change, one option is just to increase the supply of landfill.
But
So that can add possibly 10 years. And do we have other 10-year or 5-year or 20-year chunks, or is?
That's about it, yeah.
10 years to
10
what?
years is it,
To
yeah.
today or to?
Yeah, so it'd be 27 years from now versus 17 years from now.
Yeah.
17, yeah.
Assuming that gets permitted, but one of the things we've been partners on, and we got the grant that you guys have both heard about with the scraps program, we're hoping to add life each year by getting more and more people to divert things through the scraps, the composting collection program. And so it's a hard answer for Kathy to give because that figure moves
Yeah.
depending on people's behaviors.
I think I heard that 20 years ago, so we're doing pretty good.
There's been new techniques.
They've actually been really good by
Diversion.
remining areas of the landfill and different ways of compacting and whole different approaches to expand within the current boundaries with this other opportunity to expand in this draw that still has not been used for landfill.
But I would add that part of Kathy's caution in giving that number out is it could also go the other direction. Things could change in such a way that the amount of material increases. And it would be shorter than that. So she doesn't know.
Best guess.
And to give you a perspective on the life of the landfill, when my dad was county commissioner, they had life expectancy of the landfill, which would run out right about 2015. I don't remember the exact year at the time. So we've made huge strides in the meantime to extend the life of the landfill and repurpose and reuse a whole lot of things that used to be just buried out there. So we've done good, we just need to do better. Okay, Tony?
Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I, as a member of the public, I can't wait until both of you have your own new facilities so that we're not so crammed in such a small room and the public actually has an opportunity to speak. With that being said, that again, the recycling efforts within the community, 20, 25, 30 years, it's been excellent results as evidenced by the fact that the landfill, we only have 10 to 28 years left. With that being said, we are in a kind of a quandary, and the reason why is the Rio Grande, the Recycle Center, has been in this general area for about 30 years. The Rio Grande Master Plan actually said that the Recycle Center should be across over here in the parking lot. About 12 years ago, the city of Aspen wanted to showcase the recycling efforts and wanted to rezone the park for the recycling center. The citizens of Aspen, I led the referendum petition, defeated the rezoning for the recycle center in Rio Grande Park by 2/3 to 1/3. So the public overwhelmingly said they did not want a recycle center in the Rio Grande Park because it's a park. With that being said, what we did next was we reached out to the haulers and brought them in, and Rachel, you were on the council at that time, and we brought the haulers in to start the recycling pickup at people's homes in an attempt to decrease the amount of cars going into Rio Grande Park. A lot of the people, not only did they want the park to become, where the recycle center is a park, they wanted to decrease the amount of cars bringing recyclables into town, which is the environment, the wear and tear on the streets, and meeting Aspen's and Pickens County's goals of cleaner air and cleaner environment. The public that brought that referendum forward, we sat on it. We said we know that it's tough to find an alternative location for where we can relocate the existing recycle center. And that was 10 years ago. It was Ordinance 22 of 2006 that the voters rejected the rezoning for that park. We're at a good place right now where I think it's important that we revisit that, because that goal is not going to go away about trying to return the park back to a park. One of the last meetings that I was at, George Newman brought up, why don't we put a site out at the Oakwood Business Center? At the last meeting, the statistics were more people from the county were using the recycle center, and more, I think, more residential people were reusing the recycle center. It sounds like the numbers may have changed a little bit throughout the course of the summer. Now it's more 50-50. But I think we should continue on to see who are the users in the recycle center. And we have a conflict of goals. Not only do we have a quandary because it's not zoned for recycling, but the quandary is, just recently, last night, the city's top 10 goals: reduce the amount of traffic within town, environmentally friendly, and energy efficiency. That recycle center goes against all of those tenets, all of those goals. And recycling efforts are to be applauded. We all are on the same page. But I think what we need to do is we need to take a serious look at who's using it, and if we would be better served and more people would pull into the Airport Business Center, wherever George Newman had thought of a place that could be there where they could drop off the recycling. It's before the traffic coming into the entrance to Aspen.
Tony, a real quick question. You mentioned a parking lot in lieu of that. What parking lot was that? Where?
Right over here, you know where the visitor center is and where the bank is? And that general area there, that was at the Rio Grande Master, that was when your dad was on county commissioner, that was a site that they chose for the recycle center, was on these parking lots right over here.
I think there used to be a little.
There
used to
was.
be a little thing with bins over there, if I remember correctly.
Right, and I think it's right where the jail is where that site was. That was when they had all, 40 years ago was when we stored all the cars there that were towed, and it was just a big, like, dump yard. That was the towing center for the city.
Thanks, Tony. We got to move on. We got a bunch on our agenda.
Okay.
And we'll call you later when we get to your next topic.
Okay, thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments from the council or the commissioners?
I'll ask, is our recycling center in the right place? Not to be answered now, I guess you're coming back, but I think it's a fair question just off the top that I think is worth exploring.
Rachel?
Yeah, I think it's important to revisit the history, as Tony has brought forward, but some of us have a different memory of that history.
Yep.
And I can't disagree that it would make great expanded or extended park area. I mean, when I first started, that was the snow dump site, and helped reclaim that for theater in the park. But I was under the impression it was the buildings, that recycling center vote was about having buildings that were going to be paid for by Obermeyer Place or some contribution there. It wasn't about eliminating the site in its entirety. And the slogan was plant trees, not buildings. And I think the city's done a pretty good job of planting trees around the recycle center. And that was more my recollection of the vote, was whether there should be physical structures that had roofs and people could go in there and not get snowed on while they were doing their dumping. So, in the end of the day, I think, Tony is right, because the nature of recycling has changed, and there's smaller bins, and people don't need quite the same thing, but it is pretty messy over there if you're in there in January. I can guarantee you that. So anyhow, I would look carefully at the history.
It's ordinance 22, series of 2006.
Okay.
When Tony says that, ordinance 22 of 2006, Helen is rolling over right
She
now.
is, and I read a letter from her last night.
Sure.
Okay, moving on. I think we have some direction and some ideas, so pass the baton back to you
Okay.
to carry on the
Take it
good
and
work.
come back with more stuff.
And if we could somehow manage to cut down the amount of time you have to spend down there, Liz, I think that would be good.
Ann and I'll monitor.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Friendly face.
Thank you.
Okay, facilities update. And we both have big facility plans in the works, so.
We're going to go in alphabetical order.
Does that mean Zupancis is last?
It's tough to get after that, isn't it? ZU.
All right, so who's going? Oh, there, Jack, you're up.
So who's,
Who's going?
Jack, you want to go first there?
Sure.
What does that mean, John?
John, you want to show them what to do there?
Bring up the PowerPoint.
He didn't understand your comment when you said do something.
Oh, no, I asked, I thought, yeah. Is that you?
That's ours.
Yeah, that's ours.
What'd you have it in?
Oh, we're letting the tech challenge help the tech challenge. Come on.
Rachel's favorite thing.
Barry, did you load this? There we go.
Cities.
Just maximize it.
Well, that was quick, we did.
I know nothing.
Do you know how to do that? I don't think it all loaded, Mary.
You got the zip drives?
No, I was just looking for the question. Yeah, I have the ballot from 06, I just can't use 2C. But I don't know where 2C or 2B, here we go. 2C. That's it right there.
What is including the rezoning?
Yeah, but that wasn't the first. Mailings were,
I was figuring you were better than I had, since I remember that.
File name.
second mailing
Oh,
postcard.
that's-
Which one?
It was you on my computer.
How was that posted?
Let's make it look like the Northside Recycling Center, beautiful, it doesn't say
No.
no recycling center. Yeah. That's why you have to make sure history doesn't get rewritten too often.
That was
You
our.
just pulled that up.
Well,
Huh?
someone must have helped
I worked on
design
the, someone worked on the campaign. I've been doing this for 15 years. Who was the?
Did for me.
Maybe we just talk.
Does this work?
Actually, you said the bottom.
Let's see.
You set him up, didn't you?
A lot of new technology in the meeting room too.
No, that was not to
Yeah.
teach people how to use it.
Hence we need new facilities. So I'm Jack Wheeler, I'm the capital asset manager for the city of Aspen. Thank you for your time tonight. On August, we've been in the process of civic master plans, facility master plans, a lot of different planning efforts for the last, I'm just going to be generous, 5 years. It's probably more like 10. And through that, each master planning effort has pointed to the fact that we need more space, that we need a long-term solution for our space needs. There's been a number of different scenarios that have been pointed at in the different master planning efforts, and they all seem to point to a certain, the properties that we own around town with different scenarios on how to use them. We went through a process where we identified all of the different properties. We narrowed it down to 4, and then we narrowed it down to 2 options, and then on August 3rd, we went back in front of council, and council chose the option that puts a city hall at Galena and police facilities at 540 Main. So that's the problem statement. That's been consistent throughout. I know that the county's up against the same. We're both bursting at the seams. We're both in need of long-term solutions. The Galena 540 option was chosen because it's far-reaching, we think. It's the most far-reaching. It reach out 50 years. It's a seamless transition of public services. It's fiscally responsible. It's one of the cheaper alternatives as far as cost of construction, and the community benefit is significant, not just because of the public service benefit and having everybody at one address, but also there's the concept of returning the armory to community benefit. The police, it also great benefit for both the city and the county with the adjacencies with the new county facility in its planned location. This is a conceptual massing of the police facility at 540 Main with possible housing development behind it. The Crescent building is part of the Obermeyer. You can see the courthouse, the plaza buildings taken out of this massing study. As you can see, we maintain you can see it better, but we maintain the historic buildings on site between the Crescent building and that housing building, with the police in the front on Main Street and open space all along the side. That's the view looking down at it from Main Street. You can see the Courthouse Plaza building there. It's actually taller than the building we're proposing. You can see the historic buildings tucked in behind. There's no massing for a development behind the police facility on this picture.
Okay, so just to be clear, the county's proposal is to build in that parking space area. That would all be
Correct.
filled with something.
Yeah, and we've met with Dave and the design team for the county several times to talk about how we can collaborate and make both projects better.
So, hold on a second, Jack. Well, I guess,
This shows it better. There's you can see the Pickens County expansion site, just generally.
And our graphics will show you a little bit more specific of what our building looks like and how it relates to yours.
so I think the possible options for the building behind the new police station are possible new employee housing, or possible office space if the Galena Plaza doesn't go and we end up with some version of an armory. So if that's the case, is there room for some building of substance where the red box is, as well as for where the county's planning on doing something?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. As you can see more clearly here in this picture, the way the historic structures that are on the Zupanza site fit in. We've tried to maintain the historic significance by leaving that open to the front of the site through holding the police facility to one side.
And then where would the police facility parking be? Is that going to be in the front?
I'll
of the
show you a
police
layout of all of that.
station? Okay, thank you.
Underground, right?
Yeah, it's underground.
That's what that red box was.
So we're going to go through we'll get to the parking level.
Thank you.
This is the main level, come in reception, then everything in pink is public space and everything yellow is secure space. So patrols on that level, receptions on that level, public lobby, and then there's a secure stair corridor in the back and a public stair corridor in the front of the building. On the second level, it's a two-story above-grade building. On the second level, the classroom, public meeting room.
That's got a laser if you want to point.
Okay. The classroom and public meeting room will be open for scheduling public meetings, classes, things like that. Police operations will dictate that schedule, but it is a multi-purpose room. Administration in the back. There's 3 private offices in the entire building, and that's those 3 right there, and that's the chief and the 2 assistant chiefs. And this is the lower level. This is all, you can see the parking spaces. The storage support is all evidence processing, evidence storage. We'll have bike storage in this space as well. The parking level basically goes property line to property line with the exception of the Main Street side. It ends at the front of the building.
So that's going to all be underground, under the historic structures?
That's correct. We will have to relocate the historic structures during construction.
Where's the access? Is it coming out of Main Street?
So right now, that is access off of the jail road.
Back here in the corner?
Yes. We are talking about, we're working with the county to see if we can work out one joint access here, and we also have an access point into the alley behind Concept 600. So we'll be utilizing that as well.
Wherever that alley comes in?
Yes. It is currently an alley. Yep. And the grades work out to where we can tie into that alley pretty easily.
Is it going to be something for the functioning of the police and perhaps the sheriff for that matter, that Main Street parking spaces kind of in front of US Bank will need to remain so they have some cars that are faster access? Or
You know, I had a meeting with police yesterday on parking, and right now it's up in the air. They don't need it. It's just retraining people. There's talk among staff that they would like a couple vehicles on street level. Richard can go either way. It's operational. You know, we do going down a set of stairs and getting in your patrol car. How much different is that than going out of the building and going to Main Street? So we're talking about it. Right now we're thinking we can get 3 parking spaces on Main Street, but that depends on what the city engineer wants as far as reconfiguration of crosswalks and everything else on the Hunter and Main intersection. We are eliminating one driveway onto Main Street, one curb cut, because right now the parking does have access to Main Street.
Right.
We're not using that in this plan. So there's a long dialogue with civil engineers about how we reconfigure that intersection for safety.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I would say that the front of the Zepansis not having parking is a good thing. You know, it really seems to be counter to some of the historic patterns that we've tried to establish on Main Street. You know, if you had a business coming in and saying, we're gonna have 4, you know, head-in stalls on Main Street, you'd probably get a no. But when the city purchased the property, it then kind of became a little bit of a limbo because it was it's temporary. But I myself was really surprised, and I was on the city council to see the parking spaces being put in, you know.
So you can see on this plan that there's 3
on street, but not actually on the grass where the,
right.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So that's basically the police facility. That's a rendering looking at it from the intersection of Hunter and Main. That's a rendering of what the housing massing study looked like from the Rio Grande Street. The city offices and the concept that we were directed to proceed with council includes a new city office at Galena Plaza. That right there is the Galena Plaza that's under construction. The existing Rio Grande is in that location. Acra is right there. And it would utilize the entire site. On the level at the street, it will look like 2 buildings. And at the level from Galena Plaza, it will look like 2 buildings. It will be connected at the second level so that it's 1 building. That's looking at it from over the library, looking down through Galena Plaza. The landscaping plan that we've laid on here is the approved landscaping plan for the Galena Plaza project. So those trees and the green areas, that could change but that's currently what we're planning on putting on the plaza. To give you some sense of scale.
Jack, is that a rebuilt Rio Grande building?
Yes.
Totally new design?
Yes.
Okay, and are you going to talk about that too?
We will, yes.
Okay.
I'll show you the floor plans, the conceptual plans that we have for it. So we can't drill down on what it is, but this is basic configuration at the Rio Grande Street level, walking in from the Rio Grande Street right there. It's 1 level. The Rio Grande gets completely rebuilt. Acra gets complete. They both get scraped, and we rebuild on those 2 lots. So that gives you a sense of the different colors are different departments based on verified programming.
Look, you even have recycling in there.
We do.
You remove the recycling center?
Okay, and so, just so I was clear, the Acra will be rebuilt and Acra will be relocated back in there, or Acra will be finding a new home?
We are working with Akron, and we will work with them to provide them a new space in this building, possibly this building and other spaces, depending on how we set up the visitor center and things like that. But we are working closely with them.
And it is a new Taster's Pizza building, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Second level, you can see the connection between the 2 sides here. Once again, the different colors are different departments. The white area is common space. So this is where you can see that it's all 1 building. This is the Galena Plaza level. Once again, it architecturally appears as 2 separate buildings. It only goes 1 story above the plaza, with a lot of the council chambers, sister cities, public meeting rooms on the plaza. So this is a view of it looking at it from Main Street, and the scale is accurate. The landscaping is mature trees based on the planting plan for the approved Galena Plaza project. But you can see the courthouse right there. This is the Galena Loft building. The stairs and elevator core for the parking garage are right there. This is what it would look like from the conceptually, massing, this is what it would look like from the park side. It's lower, you can see right there, that that's the top of the Galena Loft building. So we're actually lower than the Galena Loft building, lower than the courthouse, lower than the library. We're actually lower than the existing Rio Grande building.
And the existing parking by Rio Grande Park would go away, or most of it? How much parking would remain?
We would leave the lot, we would reconfigure the parking in front of the building so that it would be parallel parking like it is now, but you'd lose the parking lot for the visitor center. And the parking lot on Mill and Rio Grande would remain the same, basically.
Point out the bridge between the...
So this is the connection on the second floor of the building that ties the two buildings together. And actually the roof of that is an extension of the Galena Plaza, so it's more like a civic balcony, civic patio.
Jack, point out the only additional obstructed view. Because it's the left corner of that second floor. It's the part that extends left, yeah, that.
That right there
Does not now exist.
does not now exist, exactly. If you go look at the building right now that is out there, and as we go further with this project, we'll lay the existing buildings on there, but the existing Acra building and garage are currently in that location. So the only new thing in this view is this and a small section, but even that is not view because you can see the bank and the Galena Loft building. So it's just really from the Galena Loft building right there over that the view changes. So this is just, the solution puts our city offices all in one location. Currently, we're in 10 different locations, 12 different locations, depending on if we count this month or next month or last month. We are continually changing, fighting the lost leases and things that we're dealing with right now. But that's what we're in. We're undersized by 24,000 square feet. Some of that's lost lease, some of that's unsuitable space, but it's based on extensive space analysis and verified programming. Questions?
What, are you going to address the Armory building and potential plans for that, or is now a good time to ask that?
So we met with, in the work session last night with council, and we had the conversation about whether or not we should ask the question on the ballot this November about whether or not the Armory building should be used for city offices or returned, repurposed for community benefit. And council will see a question and a resolution on Monday at their regular meeting on a ballot question to forward to the ballot. It seems like that is a direction that we're talking about going.
I envision a connection between our public safety building, i.e. new sheriff's building, and the Aspen Police. Like a hallway, as some secure way they can get from one building to the other to take a prisoner. So the police could have a prisoner in the police building over here and get them into the jail without going outside. They could go through the sheriff's office and into the jail, have them all connected by some means. Are you thinking along those terms too?
We definitely want connection. Richard, the chief, wants connections. We're working with the design team. We've been in conversations with the county team about that. It's simple to do at the parking level. Above that, we're all scratching our heads a little bit how that happens, but I know that we have zero lot line capability and we can put doors through those walls. So yes, we're looking at how to make that work best for the operations of both the SO and the APD.
So is the thought about reconfiguring the Armory building after the county moves out of that building.
The city moves out.
I mean, the city, no, the county moves out of the Armory building. The county moves out of the third floor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got it right.
Yeah.
And reconfiguring that building, possible, potential square footage behind that building, some reconfiguration there, and then using the Zupances for the public safety and for more city offices, and not doing this project down here in the Rio Grande. Is that idea out the window now? It's no longer being considered?
There's a lot of different reasons why that's not being considered, not the least of which the challenges we face with putting addition on the Armory. Nobody really liked it.
I liked it.
It was, there's challenges with it, and then even if we did that, we can't accommodate all of the city offices without building a very large building on 540 Main. And we felt it was better suited at this location because of the slopes to handle the density as opposed to put the square footage there. So there was a lot of different reasons why we pointed to the solutions we did and we landed where we landed.
Well, I can understand that. I just am concerned that one of my goals with the county's new facility is not to create a Taj Mahal. And I think that needs to be carefully considered. When you drive by Jeffco and you see their monuments to themselves, I'm really hoping that the city has a way of not making it this glass and metal monolith, with some of these plaque on the wall. I just think it needs to be workable into the feeling and the nature of this community. And I know there's a need for space, and I know it's been a need for many years. I'm just hoping that we all, both the city and county, keep that in mind as we move forward on new facilities. I think that's critical to getting the acceptance and the blessings of the members of this community. I think that's important.
It's talked about in almost every design meeting.
Yeah, well, from what I see, it looks like a Taj Mahal, and I'm hoping that the final design plans are downscaled a bit.
Well, one thing I like about it, the Rio Grande building and the City Hall are all one building, and it doesn't look like it when you look at it from a certain angle. It looks like two different buildings. So in a sense, that makes it not a monolithic thing, but it's broken up. When you're looking at it from down at Rio Grande Park, the entrance to the parking garage splits, still makes it look like two different buildings. And they sort of are two different buildings, but they're connected also, so I think that's actually has some good design elements to that.
Thanks.
Rachel?
Yeah, I would just say it's a challenge for any of us or any of the facilities ever going forward. I recall the ARC being called way too big, and that it was going to be horrible by some people I later met who said how much my kids love using the ARC every day, but at the time it was quite problematic. And I do believe one of the more recent discussions the county had about its facilities, it got tagged pretty quickly a Taj Mahal in the newspaper. So I don't think Patty was trying to be detrimental at all, and we tend to live with that, and it's awkward because anyone else in their real world job would understand why you can't have people doubled up on top of each other, and you need ventilation and some of those sort of things that these bathrooms, yeah, those things they're necessary. And I appreciate the dilemma that you're in. When we added the basement to City Hall, it was quite the undertaking, and it was very, very difficult on staff, and something that we've wrestled with ourselves, that you really can't ask people to work through too much of that. I just remember sand falling from one level to the next on people's computers and things like that, a lot of mess. But we had made a decision at that point in time, Augie Reno and others had designs to use Connor Park. And it really raised a lot of questions of, well, what was Connor Park donated to the city for? Was it to be in the City Hall building, or is it Connor Park in honor of the Connor family? And the big tree there would have to go, and all sorts of things like that. So people weren't very comfortable with that. And the compromise was excavating the light to allow it to come into the basement and to move the council chambers there, because we don't meet all the time, and it would be unfair to put people in the basement when they have no sunlight, although we do that in the basement of this building. So unfortunately, and so again, I was just going to say, no matter which way you turn, there's going to be some negativity.
Rachel, what was the debate around the ARC back then?
Oh, just that it was too big.
And no outside swimming pool.
Right. And today we're starting to talk about expansion of the Arc, because
Yeah, it was just large. I mean, the Arc was piped for water for an outdoor pool. And before I left, we had passed the debrucing of property tax for a certain period of years that left some money in the pot for the city to add an outdoor pool. But I understand the designs got too big and wild. No one could pick what should be. So that money went away.
that was becoming a $2 million proposition.
And it was just $1.1 million was all that was
Yeah.
from that ballot question or something. But that's kind of what happened there.
But the public debate was, why are you building such a large facility?
Well, that was a lot of it, and then the other was just by people who don't understand the needs. You look at some of the other rec centers in other communities, and they're much larger, and they were able to put a running ring around the ice rink and things like that. It was just that, and then the competition with private clubs. That's another issue.
To back up what Patty was saying, we're you know, Aspen wants all of the above. We're trying to make it humble, but also dynamic and proud architecture. At the same time, making it super energy efficient. But I think Ann has commented, and others have commented, that the images that we've seen up there don't exemplify what, you don't look at that and say, yeah, that belongs in Aspen. And so that's kind of the direction that Jack and the design team have, to come up with something that looks like, yeah, when people see it, it looks like it belongs in the historic town of Aspen. It may not be that historic looking, but it'll have some kind of tie-in back there.
Right, I understand that.
And
I just
so,
want to make sure we don't forget that.
yeah, no, I think we're all aware of that ourselves, let alone we hear it all the time, and rightly so, and we should.
Okay.
Let's see what our plans are.
Let's do, I think if we do our Picken County presentation, and then if there's any comparisons or interconnections we want to make on.
Thank you all.
On coordinating the two.
Thank you.
Jody Smith, I'm the facility superintendent, and this is Dave Detweiler. He's our project manager for the sheriff and county admin. I'm going to briefly touch base on two of our projects that we have going on in the county that I thought would be of interest to both entities. And then so I'm going to talk about the 911 center and the library addition and remodel. And then Dave's going to talk a little bit about the sheriff and county administration building. How do you want to move that?
Oh, that wasn't it.
So one of the projects that's come up over our need for space is we really looked at opportunities everywhere of what we're using in the county. And we determined that, number one, we have the existing 911 center, which is right back here attached to the jail. It's square footage of an operation that doesn't necessarily need to be downtown. We need the space for other opportunities. Plus, when we go into construction for our new project, it's going to be a real impact for noise and vibration to that comm center during the work. And so we were looking at just temporary relocating the 911 center, and through that process we came up with that we can permanently move the 911 center. So we've been working with the Aspen Fire Department and the North 40 property, so that we're going to be leasing the top floor of the North 40 fire station, moving the 911 center there for a permanent operation for the next 10 or however many years. Really a much better location for it. The space works. We'll do a small renovation on that top floor. The lease is in progress, and you can see there, above the agency served, that's our existing space there. It's cramped, and we do serve the Aspen Police, the Sheriff, Basalt Police, Snowmass Village Police, Mountain Rescue, all the fire departments. They help with the city streets and water, the Road and Bridge, CSP, DOW, Light for Life. So they're a busy operation, and this will give opportunity for
them to hire people that don't have to come all the way into town and maybe retain more dispatchers. So that's our plan for the 911 center relocation. We're not all the way into detail on drawings or any of that. We're just in preliminary right now.
Then, Jody, could you tell the long-term vision for the existing space in the jail?
The long-term plan for the, 2,500 square feet in the jail, initially we'll use it as our construction trailer, because as we're doing the project that Dave's going to talk about, we really have no space to do a construction trailer. So we'll use that in the interim. Then once it's done, we'll be looking at the possibility of expanding some of the jail functions into that. It's really important for the sheriff and for the detention director to have the jail be a jail and support those operations in there. It could be detox, it could be, we don't know what it'll look like. That'll still be a couple of years out, but that is the intention.
Judy, I'm just going to add to that real quick. One of the benefits of that is the cost to add on to the jail because of security is phenomenal. I mean, when you talk about cost per square footage, it's what, double, triple what it would be. So for us to be able to repurpose that space, which is designed as a jail, would be a huge cost saving and keep it a beneficial use for the jail facility as a whole. So that's another key issue.
Yeah.
So you're not dislocating anybody on the second floor of the fire station out at North 40? Currently the space is vacant?
Vacant.
Right, it's just a meeting room now,
Except for there's an apartment there which would continue. There's an apartment for
Correct.
someone who lives there, maintains that part of the fire department.
That's a great solution.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a win-win kind of for the city, the county, and the fire.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
The person in
city
the
and everybody
apartment's going to
else.
feel really safe.
Yeah. And the next update is on the library. As you all know, everyone in this room was integral in the success of us getting moved out. I thought I would just do a special thank you to the City of Aspen and to the Snowmass Hospitality and Snowmass Acquisitions. You both provided us with valuable space so that we could have our temporary library. You can see Kathy standing there amongst all the boxes as we were moving. On the right-hand side, that is the Snowmass Hospitality parking garage, and those are the boxes, and they're actually piled up much higher. And then we are using every piece of the old art museum right now. That center one on the top is Kathy's office, and then you can see back in the back of the house we've got just desks and offices, and then we also have the children's library, and they are using the outside space. So it's been really wonderful. We've had a lot of really positive feedback, so thank you.
Yeah, I use the library all the time, and I am amazed at how seamless that this move has been. It really
It's an amazing job.
Yeah.
Okay. The library construction update, the addition, you can see there, we're framed. We will start closing in that building. Actually, we're started already to get it closed in. The children's room floors are poured. The infrastructure for utilities are going in. They pulled the chiller off the roof today with a crane, and that will be replaced. So we're really moving along on that. The renovation piece of it is, we got our renovation permit on Friday, so they started gutting, and they'll start getting everything ready, and we'll have more updates with you. We do give a facilities update every 2 weeks to the Board of County Commissioners here in this room, so if there's something that council wants to be updated on, we're happy to do that at any time. But we're real excited and moving along on that project. Go ahead.
So before I move on to the big one,
Right.
the big kahuna, Jack and I have been working real close together because, and what you'll see is I didn't want to repeat a lot of the same things that Jack was saying. We have a lot of the same issues, a lot of the same concerns about space crunches, so I'm not repeating a lot of that baseline stuff, but we're in the same boat. We did master planning 10, 12 years ago, and we've been carrying that stuff forward. In preparation for what we'll update you with, we created a visioning team who worked on a set of values that we felt were important for our facility. And so while I won't give you all of those, know that there's a lot of background information that gets to the same place of being sustainable, being fiscally responsible, being under those national standards in terms of space needs and space allocations. We're really in tune a lot between what Jack is doing and what we're doing. So when you see less graphics, you're going to see a way less low-tech show here. But our basic deal, we're building this building between these three. We all have known that. It's going to include a complete gut and remodel of this building. We're going to strip it down to the structure and the exterior walls. All the electric goes, all the mechanical goes. We're going to build from the exterior wall in with new glass, new insulation, new everything. When we're done, this combined building, because it'll be an addition onto this building, will house the sheriff, will house all the functions that are in this building today. We'll bring ComDev back into this building from the current City Hall. It will bring the treasurer and the assessor over from the courthouse into this building. It will keep an improved BOCC meeting room. And we will have secure parking for the sheriff and the courts. Our current plan right now isn't adding any public parking. It's essentially replacing what we have back here, which is a fairly insecure lot. And because it keeps coming up, our intention is to do those at the same time. The gut and remodel of this building with the new addition at the same time, which will require us to move out the services that are in this building for that construction period. We're still working on the wheres and the exact whens that will happen, but just know we will be farming out all the services that happen in this building. Again, it's an economy of scale, it's a huge cost savings to do it all at once, and really it's a lower impact on the public to not have to fight through that construction zone. And as we were saying earlier, the impact on the staff is pretty high to live through a remodel that's phased.
And we might have been thinking the same thing. In particularly, the clerk and recorder's office will be in downtown Aspen and needs to be walk-in accessible for the
And for
public.
voting issues, we're going to keep that in the core.
Yep.
And the county commissioner meetings will be moved over to the new meeting room over at the library during.
But we have no idea where we'll have a desk or a chair. So we may be coming to your house. Or
I have some ideas, I just can't tell you yet.
We're easy. We will.
The plan is to have the library public meeting room will be fully wired and set up for grassroots TV for forever. And so any sort of function that's held over there in the future can be recorded and broadcast.
We promise we'll host a meeting over there as soon as we can. So you can
Patty, if you need the council chambers, you're welcome to use them. We'll make that work.
we know where to find you guys.
You guys get a little booked up, to tell you the truth. We've tried at times. There's a lot of groups that use those rooms, but we appreciate the offer. We work with you as much as we can.
So because Jack's a little bit ahead of us, we have cut and pasted, and I apologize if it's not the exact current footprint anymore. This may have been a version or two older, but we wanted to give you a more accurate feel. Here's the jail. Here's the historic courthouse. Here's the building we are in now. The door you went in, we are sitting right here. So our intention is to really fill up that space, maximize our footprint, given the limited real estate that we have. We're still working on exact elevations of this. Is it a total of 3 stories of office? Is it something else? We're still working on the exact layout of each floor. We're a few weeks away from having some of the graphics that Jack has. But the question came up earlier about that connectivity between the buildings. Our lower level will be a parking garage, the same as the city's property being a parking garage. And Jack and I are working together to make sure that those elevations are the same. Ours will be a secure parking lot, so as the APD, if that's the level we do it, they can come down across the secure parking lot into the jail that way. As Jack said, that's the easy way to do it, and we think we'll have that without a whole lot of brain damage. But you also can see, we believe the APD and the sheriff will be on the same level, first floor level, and if we can work out some of the logistics and we all agree that it makes the most sense, there's the opportunity to connect through. If that, again, there's trade-offs to doing that. It's not as, oh, let's just poke a door. But we have the opportunity if it makes sense and everyone agrees.
And then how do, when a trial's going on, how do people that are being tried get to the courthouse? Is it through the front door?
This still takes them outside of the jail, walking outside into the courthouse.
But they have a separate entrance from someone who's maybe a witness?
They go in the back.
They go in the back door of the jail,
Yeah.
either up the elevator or up the stairs to the third floor to the courthouse.
One of the longer term desires that we have here is to solve that problem. This project will help in terms of the connectivity that can happen through here. The challenge in making a connection here is the historic nature of the courthouse, and how does that connectivity happen without impacting that historic facade. So we have some ideas, and I certainly have some ideas, and we've kicked some stuff around, but we don't know what that answer is yet. But it's high on our radar to solve that at some point.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking if you're doing this extensive a project to solve that problem, it would be really helpful.
Yeah, it's really,
didn't.
it's really connection between the jail and here, and it really wants to happen in this line that I'm drawing.
Yeah.
Could it happen through into this and then this way? It could. We're still looking at that. So I hate this, just the way Jack does when he says it's just for massing, it's just for, because we get the same thing. But again, trying to get some sense for what this is from Main Street looking through Veterans Park. It's a dark picture, but that's the roof line of the courthouse plaza right there. We envision our building is going to match that roof line height, no higher than that, which is significantly lower than the courthouse, and will be something in this sort of height. It probably is going to step back as we work our way up. It won't be out to this sort of a corner. It'll be kind of a jigsaw down, but something that sits behind Veterans Park in this manner.
We need to make sure it's very clear that we were very concerned about maintaining the nature of Veterans Park, this special nature, and not disturbing that, not putting our building into that space at all. So that part will be totally maintained.
Yeah, you can see
And the trees,
yes. Well,
as best we can.
part of, you can see we purposefully said our line is not extending out into Veterans Park at all. That was a firm, hard line, will not be impacted. But we are talking to the veterans about, hey, as we're here doing this, are there things that you would like for improvements in that park? And we've been kicking around some ideas that they would welcome. And so if we all can work to make that a space that they like better and is more functional for them, gives them solitude is the word that they keep using in our conversations. If we can help solve that in a better way, all the better. So I guess my point is, we may be doing some things there in conjunction with them. Yeah, totally only in conjunction with their desires.
Are council approvals needed for this? Do you come before council?
I think technically we do the location and extent is all that's required for
Okay.
governmental entities.
Yeah, your staff has already issued kind of their process for that. It's an abbreviated process, but it
Yeah,
does.
so there's no public hearing on the county's application before city council?
So Steve, this is governed by the city code, and there's a
60 days.
locations and extent process that the council just approved, and I'm not sure I can recite the specific steps, but there was a process that is established by the city for this type of review, and that's the process we'd be following. Obviously, we're going to be having discussions with the public too, because I think they're going to be pretty interested in what we're doing
I
here.
think the requirement is we need to look at it within 60 days.
Yeah, so again, I just can't remember council's particular involvement, but you do have a process laid out that we will be following.
Okay.
Patty, can I just ask a question?
You asked the boss over there. You're just looking right at me.
Well, I was, this is more of a follow-up to the comment you made earlier about the architecture that, the preliminary architecture you're seeing for some of the city, new city buildings. I think the county's obviously going to be grappling with the same kind of question.
Oh, yeah, we've been.
You want a new building that fits in with what this community has been for so long, and yet a modernistic architecture is a major shift in that. So somehow you need to balance those objectives.
Well, I think in our case, because of the historic courthouse being right here and being such a special part, I think that is kind of guiding a lot of our thoughts and design. We'll see how it pans out, but again, I think we've been very clear with staff that we don't want some Taj Mahal monolith. We want something that coordinates and cooperates with the siting of where we are.
It's good planning.
We're working on it.
We have a visioning team of variety of staff, who is also with our architect. Then we also have we had a public outreach where they actually toured. We had a dot exercise. We got input from them. We'll continue to have different venues to reach the public and get their input, but that input that we got from our visioning team and from that initial public outreach has been our design criteria, basically telling us to keep it modest, to keep it, green, all of those things. That's guiding us in our design.
What happens to the courthouse? And why are we vacating the courthouse?
So longer term, after this is done, and no one's getting kicked out, but after we all move out, whenever we've solved all of those solutions for getting APD relocated and the sheriff into here, the courts have a longer term need to grow, and the security needs for the courts make it hard to work with the assessor and the treasurer or other more public functions. So once those are out into this building, the courthouse can become a true courthouse with just courts, DA, and probation, and they can expand to meet their needs into that space that we vacate. Most likely we'll need some level of remodel, but again, as we've talked about, the interior of that building is just as historic as the exterior, so no one has any desire to go in and start trying to blast out walls. It's just massage our way into the spaces that we have in a non-detrimental way, and then that'll be a more secure facility that'll work moving forward.
And Steve, can I just add, over the years when there's been a need to do anything in the interior of the courthouse, staff has been great about bringing it back to historic nature in doing any kind of repair work or renovation or moving this office to this, trying to, as part of that process, bring back the historic interior nature, which is definitely going to be preserved and enhanced when we move forward down the line to do the courthouse building.
But then we are working with the courts and probation and the judicial system, and they're giving us feedback on what it is they need but also knowing that we have limitations and what our desire is. So we know we're a few years out on this, but we've started the conversations to get them in early. You know, they're using the statistics that they need to know what they're going to grow into. They already have identified that they need a third courtroom within the next 5 years or 8 years. So that's why we're trying to make these moves now while we have an opportunity, so that we can truly give, rather than build a whole new courthouse.
And that is a neat thing. They are very much being accommodating in terms of their space needs, because they strongly desire for this to stay a courthouse and be a courthouse. That's what it was, that's what it wants to be. And so they're saying, hey, we will be incredibly flexible in order to work into those spaces, because we don't want to be in some new something. We want to be here.
We tried to get them to come over here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was looked at as an option. Would it make more sense for this to be a new courthouse and this to be something else? But you come back to, this is a courthouse. It should be a courthouse. It's a great courthouse. It just needs a little bit of polish in terms of security and being clear on public versus secure zones.
And maybe some paint remover on some of that bad trim that's been painted. Probably some beautiful wood underneath.
Can you go back to the slide of the exterior of the new building that you sort of cautioned us? Well, no, the city has the same difficulty.
Yeah.
And I think the problem is there's this direction from the, and it may be from the city's historic direction of making everything contrast with what's there. And so both the county and the city have received these things that sort of are modern and don't seem to fit in with the character of everything else, and we're all struggling with our first versions of all these that came out of what may have sort of meant code, or the direction that the city's guidelines are taking us. And it might be time, and maybe the county can do it with this, because you don't have to listen to our historic department, but it might be time to reconsider some of that's where, and maybe it's on the city side, that's where some of our problems are coming from, is we have this direction that gives us this result, and we have the direction that gives us the same result on the city thing, that we said, oh, don't look at what we have. And maybe we need to change something underneath our guidelines so that we can have things that fit in a little more with the historic structures. So I don't know, I'd urge you to not feel stuck by the city's things. The second thing is, you mentioned relocating completely out of the building while you redo the building, and that's something the city was struggling with. How are you going to do temporary things, maybe like the school did when they did the music school campus? They moved out for 9 months into some structures there.
We have several, started with 30 down to a handful of opportunities. Don't really want to get too specific, because some of those involve negotiations with other folks, and we don't want to get locked into what those are. But our key component is keeping clerk in town. That is a non-negotiable item. Some of the other functions that could happen, finance, it really isn't critical that they be downtown versus someplace else, so they're a little more flexible in terms of where we place them. So shortly we'll be finalizing some of those negotiations and plans.
But we're very clear about keeping BOCC meetings in the city of Aspen, because that's our county seat, and that's important. We had talked years ago about building a new facility in total, everything at the Public Works in that parcel. And at that time, the Sitting Board of Commissioners was really adamant, and it continues to be really adamant, to keeping the county seat in the city of Aspen.
And how long do you think it'll take to start from scratch on this building inside?
if I had my druthers, we'd be a 12-month project. I think given some of our depth issues and what we're looking to do with the garages, we could be 16 months in terms of construction. This piece won't take that long, but it doesn't do me potentially much good to open just this side the way we're going to design it. But we'll look at that if the design ends up being in such a way that systems are independent one side to the other. We could move in earlier, but I don't anticipate that.
Our key question to staff has been, when do we move in? And it's yet to be answered.
But it sounds like a
But
12
we keep
months
asking it,
for this
yeah.
building. Okay.
We haven't given up. We haven't
What?
given up hope.
I'm curious about the anticipated timelines comparing the county project and the city's project.
Yeah, much to Jack's credit, we've been really keeping that dialogue connected, especially in terms of the garage level and that excavation component. Jack's been working real hard to say, hey, is there a way that we can, even if our buildings aren't on exactly the same timeline, can we make our whole and our garage construction happen together? So we're working that one to see whether that makes sense. And again, it's not that simple to build it at exactly the same time, but it may be worth the brain damage to have that happen.
Well, thank you. Thanks, that's great.
Will there just be one connection, one secure connection, or are you thinking corridors or
So the connectivity of the garages, and Jack's slide was a little better than mine, but so the garage on the Zupanzis comes back up into here, and he's looking at an access point that comes off of Rio Grande through that little piece of road there and into the garage. We're looking at coming up that road a little bit farther past the jail and into our entry that's here. That, at least at this time, lets us both proceed with plans that work for both of us. Then we've kept that dialogue open that says if our garages could connect through here, it would be a good thing for our sheriff folks to have two ways out. They could go out this way, or they could cut through your garage out through that alley. Same thing for the police department,
There's a reason you can get.
which is great if one entry gets blocked for some reason, there's always another way out. So we're still trying to work that. We're trying to work our elevations to the same grade, try to see if we can make that connectivity work without, again, it's not always quite that easy. All right, I've got to make a turning radius work, and how's it? But we're working on that to make sure we don't just miss an opportunity because we're not talking.
Yeah.
Great.
Can I see the picture again?
And just to be clear about this picture, this is not architecture,
No.
this is a massing site, it has nothing to do with
Yeah.
architecture.
And this was Dave cutting and pasting a Google
I
image
mean, those beams don't come in front of the trees.
onto a photo. This is my cheap Photoshop. So this wasn't architect, so POS gets no disrespect for
The
this.
building reaches across the plaza entirely. Those three, are those beams, Patty?
I don't know what
That's
they
just,
are. Yeah.
look, it's a brick, a piece of
So you're
brick and
saying
some
it goes all the
windows.
way to here?
Yes.
To here?
Yes, but it is a building there.
Correct. So in reality, you can see it's just maybe 15, 20 feet between the courthouse and the corner here. And as you look at we're not done with it, but as we step back up, this represents the ground floor.
Basically, it starts right as you leave this back door,
Correct.
the entire parking lot
Correct.
across the park.
Right now, it's a view to Red Mountain, right? You can see through.
There's a little window between the jail and Obermeyer.
Yeah, you can't quite see, but the jail sorts of functions, towers, roof equipment and whatnot, is about in this level here. And our anticipation is as we move up, our building footprint would start to step back to try to open up that window, that view corridor some more. We haven't worked out exactly how big is that floor plate on the upper level yet, but that's the goal. Pack in the first and work our way smaller as we go up. pushing ourselves back towards the plaza building.
So I asked the same thing to Jack a while back. When you get these images, it's best to show existing in one form or color, and then in addition, because there's no idea to, I think, the mayor's comment, which is what's exactly there now and what exactly to propose. And that's the same thing that our staff's been working on. When you look at, we're really excited that the Galena option from the historic Main Street view doesn't really change much. There's obviously going to be some substantial bulk and mass as you are driving south, coming up North Mill, leaving Red Mountain area. And the question is, I think people might underappreciate the existing bulk and mass already there, because familiarity kind of turns things into disappearing. And so I think it's important for us to know exactly what's there from that view and then what's proposed to be there. And I would suggest all of us might want to have the same type of kind of before and after to help us look out a little bit better.
There are no restrictions on the view corridor from this county plaza, are there?
No.
I do not believe so.
Because I think there is one on the Galena Plaza view corridor as you walk through. I think that was
There are
always
only
supposed to be.
Restrictions to the south, not to the north. The defined view corridor is all oriented to the south.
Rachel, remember when, maybe in your council, the blue roof was put above the stairwell that leads down past the
Yeah,
elevator?
yeah.
I thought that was controversial because the view corridor was supposed to be unimpeded, and that roof line traded pedestrian safety for...
I honestly can't remember anything about the roof line issue. It may have just been a sensitivity without being an actual plane or something. The real issue was just the safety and the snow. And I was really concerned when you guys were going to be opening that up so wide. And I was like, is staff going to come back in a year and a half or 2 years and say we need to cover it because it's so dangerous? It was just people were slipping there all the time, and staff could not keep up with it on a big storm, icing, throwing the snow melt or whatever. That was why it got covered.
Okay. It's easy to forget some of the features of town that make it so extraordinary, and when we have competing values. And I would hate to always default on the build side rather than the preservation of some of the characteristics.
I kind of like when the horse stable was there myself.
I know.
Characteristics that make us special.
Yeah, it did make it special walking through there, let me tell you.
No, I mean, I appreciate that, and the apologies are just that we're not at a design level to even begin to show exterior facade. One of the other ones that's really going to be challenging is literally the front of this building.
Yeah.
Because the one thing we don't have is any sort of entryway. You walk into an elevator shaft, basically. It's just like a sign, there's no people, no one to greet you. And, how do you make that really more welcoming and more opening and more, this is a public building, and the civic pride elements. And as people keep talking about the sensitivity to the courthouse, but we have sensitivity to St. Mary's.
Right.
Very much as our historic neighbor across the street. So, we're going to be looking at that as carefully as possible.
I know you don't need me to tell you this, and you'll have great sensitivity. But all attempt to suggest openness, from the view north while standing in the plaza here, is appreciated.
Okay, thanks, Dave and Jody, and
So we have 1 minute to finish our
and Jack.
agenda?
The next two topics we could spend another hour on. I suggest we toss out some ideas for future topics for future joint meetings and then end the meeting at that point. And first, on the future joint meeting, I would, talk about your top 10 goals and our strategic plan and our goals and compare those, because I think those are very valuable things for us to talk about in a joint meeting. And perhaps we could do a meeting sooner than later, we had a great conversation here today, and I'd love to keep that going and not wait 3 months before the next time.
I thought we'd wait till your new facility gets built.
No, we're here until it's ready.
Depending on when the next meeting is, it might be good to do a similar check-in on each of the projects going on.
Yeah,
The county projects, and just make sure we continue to be coordinated and understanding what each other's doing. And if it's sooner than later, it can just be a real quick check-in on what's happening with the library and your latest drawings and what we are coming up with.
We got a tie over here.
May, you're first one.
You know, I know George has been talking about the intern staffs, and it's my understanding that's going to be at an EOTC meeting, hopefully in the near future, where we can discuss some of that. I would like to, it's a topic that came up years ago when I was on the board, about annexation and trying to come up with an annexation agreement between the city and county. At some point, I'm not talking about any specific annexation that may be in your minds today. I'm talking about annexation as a whole, and maybe that's a topic we can have somewhere down the line. I just don't want it to get lost.
I think that's a great idea.
I would agree with that. It may be something for our two managers to talk about first, and then see if there's any preliminary work that ComDev, our two ComDev departments could give us. Without that structure, there's nothing really to talk about yet, but I know exactly what you're getting the ball rolling, makes sense. This would probably be before our next joint meeting, but I want to make sure the city's aware that the final comments for the second draft of the state water plan are due on September 17th. And we're going to be submitting some comments. The 1177 Roundtable, where Mike McDill represents you, will be submitting comments as well. You know, we did some joint comments before the last one. I don't know if we need to do joint or should we do separate or what. You know, we could do joint and separate, you know, but it's really important to get our sentiments in on that. And the one thing that I have brought forward, others, it's just become so obvious, is the state water plan doesn't really deal with a good section on maintenance of existing reservoirs and communication and cleaning protocols and things like that. I think it's probably entirely silent as a document on those sort of matters, and that should be something that comes really strongly from our region related to Grizzly Lake. But just again, to have that heads up for your comments, we do the 17th. And the other, what was the one I was thinking of? We've seen the presentation that the Division of Wildlife, now Colorado Parks and Wildlife, has given us on bears, and the nature of the bear problem is it's both a city and a county problem, and there's no good guys or bad guys. But we found their presentation really fascinating and had wanted to discuss it with you guys once you've actually had a chance to see that presentation. And so that was, so that we could plan maybe joint regulations or joint policies that help reduce the bear problem. So, you know, we're almost past bear season now. It's a little late for this year, but it's something that we really want to be able to discuss the new research they have, what their radio collaring has shown, what our techniques to work them away have failed or succeeded, and then be able to kind of start developing more of a joint bear policy.
Yeah, good.
I'm pro bears, that's fine.
Go Bears.
Go Bears.
So that's enough for 2 more meetings, what we just discussed right there.
Well, by then we'll be ready for an airport update.
On our top 10 goals, we have 2 related to transportation. And I've had a couple conversations with George, and that ties a little bit into the entrance to Aspen. So as our goal matures, and there's some really big policy initiatives we're working on. In fact, Bert and I are walking across the street today. We're looking at the shutdown of the streets, and we're commenting how wonderful the streets are without the traffic. So we're working towards this paradigm shift, major policy around this. And I asked George to, I'll keep George updated and include in this.
And speaking of today on the streets, I want to commend the city police department and community safety. They were doing a great, not only were they doing a great job trying to direct the traffic around the closure in front of the Jerome, they were thanking people and saying, thank you very much, we're sorry for the inconvenience. And people smiled as they got stuck in traffic, and it was, I observed it.
I mentioned this to Bert earlier also. The streets, about 2 o'clock, the closure started. At 2:20, I had a blistering email.
Your first blistering email today.
20. Why is this happening? Why is it necessary now? This does not have, clearly this is a mistake.
No wonder they were being really friendly because they probably didn't threaten down there.
Rachel?
Yeah, we all, on our side, at least myself, get a little disconnected from what's going on in the city unless you read it in the paper, and I appreciate the goals. The one thing I'd say is I don't know if the previous studies that we had done when we considered whether we should do more malling across the town or how we should make it more pedestrian oriented back in the day, and I believe what happened was the chosen result was widening the sidewalks, and we did the demonstration project around the Wheeler Opera House, where those used to be very narrow sidewalks, so they made them wide enough for, say, Justice Snow's to have tables outside and put up some furniture and things like that, but that was the only block we could afford to do. And there was a study done about where people like to be and shop and what is driving the highest retail rates and things like that, and it was never actually on the malls. It was on streets going close to the malls. And there was a real kind of disincentive for people to want to go too far into areas, too far away from their car, whether they're afraid to let go of the tether, or they had handicaps, or they were an aging population, or they had a lot of kids. And so, people kind of wanted that convenience of where it is. So, I think it'd be interesting to make sure that was probably, 2000, Steve? Maybe 99, 2000 when that work was done. So I just want to make sure you kind of go back and reference that again as you're going forward with these.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Because the demo project worked, it just never did anything else.
Okay, we're going to give the last 2 minutes to Tony.
Great, thank you so much, I appreciate that.
And 2 minutes.
2 minutes, and it's very, my questions are always short, but the answers can always be long. I wanted to say thank you very much for Mayor Scadden for bringing up, there's 2 goals that are transportation related, about trying to reduce traffic coming into Aspen, and obviously it affects the entrance to Aspen. I would like to ask the Pickens County Commissioners and the City of Aspen if you are prepared for this election in November to put an advisory question on the ballot if the public would be supportive of an aerial connection between Aspen to Snowmass along Highway 82, and they've had a connector to Highlands, but it stops off at Highlands and it have a couple little adjuncts. And the reason why I'm bringing it forward now is there's been a lot of letters in the paper about the congestion coming into Aspen. The only way we're going to get cars off the road and still get people into town, both Aspen and Snowmass, you can only do it with an aerial transportation system. And the nice thing about the aerial transportation system is it replaces the car because you can take it whenever you want to. I am prepared as a citizen to go out and lobby for it. I think it was Rachel, you were on council maybe 10 years ago. I can't remember how long ago we started it. Now we had a council that was not, they were focusing on other things besides the entrance to Aspen. This particular group right now is very focused on the environment, getting rid of cars and whatnot. If you want to, it's a very simple question, advisory question in nature. You can word it 2 ways. Should the elected officials explore the possibility of an aerial connection between those points, or something like, would you support an aerial connection? And Snowmass, I've been attending their meetings, they are now working with Base Village, trying to get an aerial between Base Village and Town Center. It's still like they're doing the easements right now. But we have until, I think, until August 27th, 28th, with a drop dead deadline by September 4th, 5th, or 6th.
That's like next week.
Yeah, exactly, but it's 1 word. I mean, it's 1 sentence, and that's all it is. And then that would give you direction whether we should move forward on it or not.
But, correct me if I'm wrong, could you mind if I think we
Please.
have to do a preliminary notice to the clerk's office, and that had to be done in June for questions?
In June, we were supposed to notify the clerk's office of an intent to put a question on, and we have to certify ballot language. I believe it's by September 4th, our last regular meeting. Date for that would be the 26th.
I did meet with Janice, and that's what she said, that the 26th.
But we haven't noticed her.
26th.
But we didn't give her a preliminary notice of
So, she didn't mention anything about that.
I would think, Tony, just my initial take is this is a whole other year out, and in the meantime, people can be vetting different possible systems and scenarios that
So then I
we
think
could,
what-
we could still be using the time without going to a vote of the people and use the time productively
It's just
before
been-
doing an advisory vote.
Right, and it's just been a while. I mean, you can do it without a vote, because it's administrative or legislative in nature, depending on what kind of question it is. And it's just taken a while for the elected officials to get moving on it. And with all the seminars and all the groups we have in here coming forward, that my take on it is that if you have public support for it, that'll give you the indication. If you don't want to put it on the ballot, that's great. I mean, that's okay too, because there's always a springtime. But I think what I'm prepared to do is to start a fundraising drive, a kickstart campaign.
Tony, how much is it, you remember from your research, just ballpark?
Oh, it's less, it's like the cost of a home in Aspen because it's along the highway.
Well, who's home exactly?
I mean, it's probably like $20 million.
one that they're so.
So we'll say 30 million.
30 million, let's say 30 million.
Okay.
A nice home. Thank you,
Tony, Tony, we will take your idea under advisement, and we will,
And I'm
we'll
prepared
send you an
to get-
email in a few weeks here about it. okay?
I'm sorry, I have to go on the record as I have repeatedly. I have no interest in the aerial tramway system entrance to Aspen, Tony. I've given you the reasons repeatedly why. It's not that the electeds were slow to move on it, it's that they didn't want to move on it. There's a reason why no one has picked up this idea and run with it. The ski company sent professionals to Europe to study their tram systems to decide whether it made any sense for them or not, and they decided no, it didn't, and that you need a full array of backup buses for the high wind days when the trams stop running, and then you need to cut a trail underneath all those areas for emergency evacuation. And most people don't like to ride them at night. They may like to ride them in the daytime or in the morning, but when it's cold at the afternoon at 3:45 in a tram, it's not a very pleasant experience. And so, no, I will not spend any time or any of my staff time working on a aerial tramway system.
Rachel, the other factor is mode change. And I talked with
Yeah.
Ralph Trapani about the train and tram.
You ride your bus in to take a chairlift in
Or you
town.
drive to the intercept lot and then getting out of your car onto a train or to the buttermilk lot to take an aerial. That's it. It's the mode change.
Mode change, unless it's much faster and more efficient, and those aren't.
So anyway, I'm bringing forward a solution, and Rachel and I've had this discussion before over the years, but we've also had the discussion about the Aspen Recreation Center, the free bus between Aspen and Snowmass, quite a few other projects like the Visitor Center, and we agree to disagree, so to speak, and I usually bring something to the public, and we let the public speak on its behalf. And so far, it's been worked out great. I mean, so far, the different projects, and I know that you probably prefer cut and tunnel, underneath Marolt, but I don't think that's going to be going anywhere. And when you have to sit in that traffic, that does not bode well for our visitors coming in from the airport. Everybody's crammed, and it goes against the grain of your environmental stewardship for protecting our beautiful environment. So anyway,
Without getting into the big topic,
it is a big topic. Thank you, Adam.
ballot initiatives should be set out 4 or 5 months months in advance, not 4 or 5 days. We're already dealing with some other ballot initiatives that are at the end of the day scrambling, and not very happily so, but we're trying to work with those. So I would suggest free advice is worth what you pay for it, but if that's something you want to do, I would plan 5 months out and try to fill it out how to build a coalition. Rachel's not only one person, and I'm not only one person, so you might get there. But showing up 4 days before a due date is not,
I was hoping it would come from the elected officials.
Well,
So I'm
and-
just bringing
and-
it forward. But I am more than happy to do what I have done for the last 40 years in Aspen, and I can do initiative petition to show you that there's support, and if we do a kickstart, and I believe that Rachel's thought on what the Aspen Skiing Company has proposed, I think that's going to be changing here in the near future. And I think that there will be other players. The Aspen Skiing Company will soon be coming forward with some of their plans as to how they want to connect the mountains. And I'm just As I always said, I'll bring a
Okay,
Florida.
thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
It's a great ski amenity, it's not transportation.
Okay, thank
All right,
you, City
thanks.
Council, for coming over. Is
there more food over
Ready.
there?
Yeah, take some.
I will call you maybe tomorrow. What are you guys doing tomorrow night? I gotta come over and.